Janine, when you get a chance, can you start the YouTube feed?
Good morning, everyone. I think we can begin together. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, December 7th. It is 9 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues here today. Joining me is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Laurel Firestone, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and Board Member Sean McGuire. Joining as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend. And also with us is our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. And assisting Janine Townsend is Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. And so you're either viewing us one of two ways. You're customarily on our YouTube live feed or the Cal EPA website, or you're here on the Zoom platform with us. If you intend to comment on any of today's items on the agenda, you need to be here on the platform with us. There are instructions on how to do so at the link at the top of the agenda today. As well, if you're having challenges, you can email directly our clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get here onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be turned off. You will be muted until it is your opportunity to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to speak on. With that, I think I'd like to actually, before we move into our agenda items and start here with a presentation of a Superior Accomplishment Award by Karen Mogus, I'd like to reorder the agenda slightly and do so here at the consent of my fellow board colleagues. First, agenda item number 10, which was supposed to be heard at the end of the day today. We'd like to be able to move to the end of the agenda, meaning they will be heard tomorrow after our Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan informational item. There's currently one public speaker for that item. We apologize. We try to keep our items on to the same day, but would like, with the consent of my fellow board colleagues here, to move that item to tomorrow. And it will be heard no earlier than 2 p.m. Additionally, the strategic work plan draft has been posted online now. It is on our website and can be found at the bottom of the homepage under board priorities. So that document is out now, importantly, as well. So would like to be able to move that item. And additionally, we currently have the TUCP informational item number 8, happening after our drought information item, which is item number 5. I'd like to go ahead, for the ease of scheduling for staff at the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation that will be on both of those items, to move them up so that we hear them together. And so we would still hear the drought item first, number 5, and then move on to number 8. I want to ensure that there are no issues with that with my fellow board colleagues, and I have consensus of reordering the agenda a bit there. Any questions or concerns with doing so? Okay, thank you.
And I'll just point out that, Chair Esquivel, what we will do is the clerk of the board, Ms. Townsend, will send out an email to the board distribution list so that anyone who has not yet joined the Zoom platform will be aware of that change. and we will make a notation as appropriate so that they can follow along tomorrow then.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer, and thank you, Ms. Townsend, and thanks everyone for your quick patience. With that, we will move on to our agenda. And first, before we get into public forum and the official agenda items, we have a presentation of Superior Accomplishment Award by Ms. Karen Mogus. And good to see you this morning, Ms. Mogus. Oh, you can unmute here. There you are.
Oh, there we go. I keep clicking it. Do you need help? Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board. And I get to do one of my favorite things this morning, which is to present a Superior Accomplishment Award to one of my staff, Renan Haregi, who is a Water Resources Control Engineer in the Division of Water Quality in our NPDES Wastewater Unit. I'm hoping Renan is on and might be willing to share his video for us. Ah, there he is. Good morning, Renan. Nice to see you. So for over 20 years, Renan has provided technical assistance to the state and regional water board staff, NPDES permittees, and stakeholders through his exceptional expertise as a lead NPDES permit writer and implementer. Renan developed his vast knowledge of regulations and treatment processes through positions he held at the Department of Public Health in the drinking water program prior to it moving to the State Water Board, and at the Central Valley Regional Water Board. And in fact, Renan and I were at the regional board together for a little while. He's built a reputation as the Division of Water Quality's NPDES wastewater expert. Staff across the water board's organization, including the regional boards, seek Renan's expertise in NPDES wastewater permitting and implementation. Oftentimes, Renan will be providing his expertise via teleconference or now, of course, Zoom and Teams. And when regional boards finally meet Renan, they're like, oh, he's almost like a celebrity at the regional boards. Oh, you're Renan. Wonderful. Nice to meet you in person. Specifically, Renan single-handedly developed and implements the statewide NPDES drinking water systems general permit with over 600 enrollees under the permit. He developed the draft statewide NPDES suction dredge mining permit, which required extensive research of a sector that has not been permitted by the water boards in the past. He's provided technical advice to the Office of Chief Counsel in response to a number of regional water board NPDES permit petitions. And he assists the water quality standards and assessment staff with the development of water quality control plans and policies, and assisting extensively with response to comments. And that has included everything from the ocean plan to the once through cooling policy to bacteria provisions, the recycled water policy. And most recently, I worked closely and saw Renan directly in action, helping us with the toxicity provisions. He is also a great mentor and has extraordinary patience for training new state and regional water board staff. Renan continuously trains NPDES wastewater and stormwater permitting staff on the implementation of the federal California Toxics Rule. He is also quite humble individual and a unique asset to our agency. This recognition of Renan's career achievements and contributions to the water board is so well deserved. And I would very much like you to join me in congratulating Renan on all of his achievements and for this award today. So thank you, Renan, and our virtual clap, I guess, at this point.
Thank you so much for this recognition, Karen, and good morning, board members and chair. Certainly feels good to be appreciated. And I want to say that I truly enjoy the job we do, so it makes it easier to perform. Plus, I have been lucky to continue to have work with staff and management that have been supportive and encouraging. So internally, I am sharing this recognition with my unit and those I have interacted in the past with. Once again, thank you for this. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Renan. Really just appreciate your incredible expertise and for serving here at the board. And I appreciate your broad depth of experience also coming from the Department of Public Health. So just really appreciate your great work here. And thank you, Karen, for making sure that we're able to acknowledge Renan here and have a moment to touch base on this. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time this morning. And thank you, Renan.
Certainly.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, with that presentation, we can now move on to public forum. And public forum is an opportunity to speak here to the board on any item not pending before the board or otherwise agendized. I see we do have a few folks that may be looking to discuss on a number of things that we'll be touching on when it comes to drought, the drought informational item and management. But if it's appropriate for your comments to be here in public forum, then that's fine too. And I will just note, I believe we have somewhere here looking around 12 or so public forum commenters in order to try to get onto our agenda and keep the meeting moving. I do ask that you, although you have 5 minutes as default here, you try to keep your comments short so as to be able to move on to the rest of the agenda. And or if you find that one of the agenda items is more appropriate for your public comment, please do indicate so and we can make sure we move you there. I'd like to start off by acknowledging Councilmember Kimberly Wormsley from the City of Stockton. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am Stockton City Council Member Kimberly Wormsley. I represent the 6th District in Stockton, an area that holds the largest environmental justice population per percentage of any urban area in California. A full third of Stockton lives in the bottom 95th percentile of environmental health indicators, according to Cal Environmental Screens. And our community members living adjacent to our environmental justice community are not living in significantly better environmental health conditions. I am here today because your decision regarding the management of the Delta have a direct impact on the health, life expectancy, and economic well-being of my constituents. While we appreciate that this board is moving forward with the implementation of phase 1 of the Delta Plan, it's clearly not enough. We need updated flow standards set for the Sacramento River, as that river provides the majority of fresh water flows to protect our Delta water intake plant, our groundwater wells, and water circulation in the sloughs where harmful algae blooms form. We need water quality standards enforced every year because droughts are no longer the expectation for our climate reality. While this board is not presently required to regulate for HABs prevention, you do regulate for all the conditions that create HABs, and that is where prevention begins. Toxic algae becomes airborne. It creates a bacteria that is a threat to our household population and to all of South Stockton, which has already had the 4th highest asthma rate in the entire United States. Our youth cannot safely recreate in surrounding waterways, let alone take walks near our water stations in warm water. Investors do not want to build a historic red line community that smells during hot weather from the stagnant algae-filled waters. South Stockton is not Los Angeles. However, it is a political powerhouse for the big agriculture irrigation districts with senior water rights. But my 100,000 neighborhood and residents who live in South Stockton, they matter. We are the future of California, and we deserve protection and investment in our waterways like any other part of the state. I appreciate your time, your commitment, and dedication, and together we can get these things established. Thank you, Chair and board members, and have a great day.
Thank you, Councilmember Wormsley. I appreciate you taking the time this morning and addressing here the board. And thank you for your representation of communities in Stockton. Really do appreciate your time this morning. Next, I would like to call Matt Holmes, who will be followed by Dylan Delvo.
All right, thanks. I'll try to be quick. Those are really great points made by Councilmember Wormsley. My name is Matt Holmes. I'm a Stockton resident. I live and work on the south side. The Delta defines our life. It surrounds our community, and it's something we wish we could access more, but it is routinely unhealthy and unwelcoming. Water quality there is abysmal. It degrades our quality of life here on the routine. So that's one issue. The other issue is, it's threatening our lives and livelihoods in a couple of different ways. One is the creeping threat of sea level rise. The collapse of ecological systems in this region threatens levee integrity. Increased flows would help us address that. And then Councilmember Wormsley brought up the harmful algal blooms threat. That's, if you haven't been up close and personal, I know a few of you have, but if you haven't been up close and personal, it's really creepy to have a creeping green sludge off-gassing and threatening people's lives. So, as bureaucrats, you don't often have an opportunity to save someone's life or save a community, but you do. You guys actually have the power to accelerate implementation of phase 1 and accelerate planning of phase 2 of the Bay Delta plan. We're first-class citizens of California, whether or not most California agencies see us that way, and we're going to continue to raise our hands and raise clamor about how we deserve to be served, as well as, traditional agricultural interests. And I want to talk about those interests really briefly, because the voluntary regime that we're dealing with, I understand it's a great way to not piss off influential landowners. But these people are in corporate structures. They have a fiduciary responsibility to make coin every single year and every single quarter. So when you go to a corporate structure and you say, will you please reduce your use? They don't have a choice in the matter. They have to squeeze one more productive season out of their crop, so long as they have the capacity to do that. So the only thing that can help those rice ranchers release more water is enforcement of the Bay Delta plan and the flow rates that we require. So, you guys have a chance to protect life and community by relying on science and standing with communities. And I would think that would be a very smart political move for this board. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll note for you and others that we do have an informational item tomorrow on the water quality control plan update. Please do make sure folks are attending that as well. Mr. Dylan Delvo, followed by Tim Stroshane.
Good morning, board. My name is Dylan Delvo with Little Manila Rising. I'm a South Stockton resident, and here to speak on behalf of Delta residents in South Stockton. And I'm here to draw attention to the prolonged delay in the implementation of phase 1 of the Bay Delta plan. At a time when our community should be reconnecting to the outdoors and the waterways around Stockton, what we find instead is filthy, stagnant waters that are unhealthy for our community to use. For most of the year, residents of Stockton have to drive for miles to find waters that are tolerable for swimming, fishing, and recreation. We are effectively denied access by the state's failure to provide adequate flows. This is also at a time when climate change is hammering South Stockton and everyone else, but we're facing the extreme loss of life, housing, and our livelihoods to the combination of sea level rise and the impaired ecological condition of the Delta. Knowing that that's the science, knowing that that's the risk, we should be doing everything we can to restore the natural systems that indigenous people have mastered and maintained for over a millennia. We should be helping the estuary help us with the threat of climate change, not squeezing one more productive season out. Instead, what we see is more of the same practices that have caused the collapse of the state's most ecologically valuable piece of green infrastructure. This tragedy is only compounded by a blatant system of privilege where voluntary reductions allow communities like ours equal access to the state's water, but only if it's convenient for agricultural interests that profit off the state's water. Voluntary agreements put us all at their mercy. The state doesn't seem to understand that we are water users too, and that it is unacceptable to deprive us of access to the vast majority of our surroundings by continuing to sacrifice our community in the name of voluntary reductions. And while we are grateful that we can expect some increased flows on the San Joaquin at the present moment, the only clean water we get is from the Sacramento River. And so I urge the board to move with a real sense of urgency into planning phase 2 of the Sacramento River flows and stop relying on voluntary reduction. We also need increased clean, cool flows of water before harmful algal blooms spread any further and result in serious illness and death in the Delta. This board needs to ask itself, how many lives are agricultural profits worth? How many generations of Californians are going to be relegated to second-class status when it comes to the resources managed by this agency? You actually have the opportunity to preserve life and heal the Delta by standing with marginalized communities and with science. We're very familiar with the state of California treating Stockton as its dumping ground, but nothing could be more emblematic of the environmental racism and regulatory redlining we have to contend with than forcing us to experience our waters with the remnants flushed downstream to us after more powerful interests have had their way with the water. I urge you to make a constituent out of our community, because as it stands, we don't feel served and we don't feel protected. If you have any interest in making us into stakeholders and stewards of the Delta, then we're going to need to see the plans that you've written be implemented. And we need to see the plans that you're writing reflect our input and our interests. Without an honest reckoning with the racist history that got us here, an unequal history of water rights in the Delta, no effort to include communities like ours can ever be authentic. Thank you.
Mr. Delvo, I do appreciate your time and your comments this morning. I'll reiterate though, we do have an agenda item tomorrow on the water quality control plan update, and just warn other speakers at this point that if we're going to continue to talk about that topic, I will start to cut folks off and direct them to tomorrow's board item. And I apologize, but need to make sure that we have an opportunity, a fair opportunity for others to also be able to talk about the water quality control plan update. And here we have an agenda item tomorrow for just that. So thank you, Mr. Delvo. I do appreciate your time, and we can move on to Mr. Tim Strochain. And would note again, for others, that it would be more appropriate to save your comments for tomorrow if it's going to be continued discussion of the water quality control plan update. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm going to yield my time to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Strochain. I appreciate that. Next, then, we have Melissa Tayaba.
And Chair Esquivel, Ms. Tayaba is not on the platform with us, and I think she was in it, if necessary.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe then we have Diana Rains.
Hi, let's see. Can you hear me?
Can, good morning.
Good morning. I would like to talk about the Shasta River and the salmon. Is that an agenda item for today or tomorrow?
You can talk about that.
All right, excellent. So, hi everyone. My name is Diana Rains, and I will be speaking on the Shasta Reservoir and the salmon. I'm from Los Angeles, and I bring this up because I want to make it clear that the knowledge of this issue is becoming widely known throughout all of California, and that pressures to address this massive problem will increase across the state because this needs to be treated with the same level of urgency we all feel. So, to summarize my points, we need to stop allowing the draining of the Shasta Reservoir and stop the water quality violations that kill salmon in California's largest river. We need to enforce water rights laws and curtail the Bureau of Reclamation water deliveries. We need to protect carryover storage of reservoirs. Our rivers and drinking water rely on them. We need to restart the process to update the Bay Delta Plan and implement flows for salmon. We need to reform California's unequal and racist water rights policies, and we need to guarantee drought plans to protect drinking water, carryover storage, and salmon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rains. Appreciate your time and comments this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Gloria Alonso Cruz. I apologize. I should look at my ticker as well, which isn't sometimes synced with my virtual card speaker list here. We can go on to Natalia Barraza.
Hello, Chair. I'd like to yield my time to the next speaker.
Thanks, Ms. Barraza. I appreciate it. And please do, if looking to comment on the water quality control plan update, join us tomorrow for the information line. Thank you. Next, then, I believe we have Davis Harper and then Tama Brisbane.
Good morning, board members and Chair Escobar. My name is Davis Harper. I guess, I'd like to echo the comments that were shared before me, but other than that, I will yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. I appreciate it. And again, please do join us for the informational item tomorrow, looking to speak further on the water quality control plan update. And I appreciate everyone's agreeing to make sure that we keep a tight discussion for that tomorrow and not allow public forum to be a place where we're not able to respond and appropriately be able to give due consideration to good comment. And so next then, I believe we have Tama Brisbane and then Miriam Rosales.
And Ms. Brisbane, you appear to be, there we go.
Okay, hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Esquivel and board members. I last had the honor of addressing this body in 2018, and it's December again. The calendar year is ending, but the water year, as I've come to learn, has already begun. Still, there are gifts this season. The process of implementing phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan has begun. Thank you for that movement. It was a long, hard battle, and now the progress is starting to take place. I have a present of my own to present. Since my last appearance in 2018, 3 more young men of color, 3 more Black voices are now being trained to enter this green movement on behalf of Blue Delta waters, even though they are still governed by largely white agencies. These young men are learning what it means not just to be a resident of the San Joaquin Valley, they are learning what it means to be a resident of the Delta. They are also learning that that comes with a different vocabulary, that water, while essential, is also political. It is also a policy issue. But more importantly, they know water is still personal and water of good quality is essential. Unfortunately, they are still too familiar with how the Bay Area treats water and that the Delta water looks and smells different every summer. They know that water is science, but they also now know that water is also math, that H2O equals HAB, harmful algal blooms. They are learning a different vocabulary. Fortunately, they are also learning that there are remedies, a solve, if you will. They know that if there's more flow, that there's less pollution, and there's a more healthy Delta for them to learn to love. They're learning that we, specifically the we that represent the communities of color who are too often unseen and unheard in venues like these, and woefully ignored when advocacy finally becomes policy. They learn that we will benefit all the more if water quality standards are not weakened, and that's where your phase 2 work is crucial. You can act now, you can move now, avoid the Christmas rush, lose the voluntary agreement process. And we get healthy advocates because they're seeing action on behalf of a healthy Delta. I'm still out here working on bridging art and science and justice and water. It ain't easy. But a Water Resources Control Board that recognizes and acts on better water quality, continues its commitment to environmental justice, that's a year-round gift. And that's something that I can present to my students, often coming from communities of color and marginalized populations. I can present that as a gift year-round. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brisbane. I appreciate your time this morning and addressing the board. Thank you. And last now we have Regina Chicazola.
Hi, I am calling because I wanted to make a comment about a couple of things, but mainly I wanted to make a comment about being extremely disappointed in the anti-racism and inclusion resolution that happened last board meeting. I had asked at the meeting for the language regarding tribal water rights to be changed, and it was changed, but it still reads that tribes in California have lost their water rights, which is not only untrue, it is counter to law. There is a lot of case law within the Supreme Court, within the appeals courts that say that tribes do have water rights, even in cases where they have lost land. And so I'm asking you to figure out a way to change that resolution. I know it's hard once that you do a resolution to change it, but there is a possibility of updating resolutions. And the reason I bring this up is so many reasons. One, it's illegal. Two, it's counter to the very resolution itself to have language that says that a community is deprived of their basic rights, especially tribes. And also, since there are so many people from Stockton and the Delta speaking today, and I will be here for tomorrow to speak on the actual agenda item, I think it's important to mention that the tribes in the Delta actually look at the Delta itself as a cultural resource and a very important and sacred place. And so I feel like having language while we're talking about reforming water rights in the state of California, when we're talking about flows out of the Shasta Reservoir, when we're talking about phase 1 and 2 updates to the Delta Plan. I know the regional boards are looking at tribal beneficial uses designations for the Delta right now because I'm working on comments for that. And so just to have that language hanging there that disempowers the first peoples of this nation in this state seems to go against this board's commitment. I believe that it was probably a mistake. I know you did try to update that language, and I think that staff just really, when they went to update the language, didn't understand the request or the breadth of the law on tribal water rights. I actually do recommend that staff have to take some kind of class related to these issues, or at least study the case law related to these issues, if that is particularly the case, if it's just an issue of not knowing that that wording is still opposed to law and frankly offensive. But anyway, I know this board cares deeply about these issues, cares deeply about that resolution. And so I'm asking you to figure out a way to change it. And I am aware that several tribes have also complained about the wording in that resolution. So that said, the other issues that I just wanted to bring up today, and I will hopefully be able to meeting to the board. But I thought we're looking at priorities, discussing, making sure that tribes are properly served and that tribal water rights are looked at, all new water rights decisions and adjudications, including when the Bureau of Reclamation looks at temporary urgency petitions and releases for dams, become a high priority of this board, because I think it's one of the ways that we can actually make sure that resolution, once the wording is changed, means something. It means something important as far as reaching justice and equity for this board in this state. And with that said, I also wanted to throw my support behind the people of Stockton here today. I really appreciate their voices.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chicazola. I appreciate your voice and contributions to both to the resolution and all of our continued discussion. So appreciate the continued concern about that language. I think we all know the board's intent in it, not to say that there aren't federally reserved rights or there aren't continued tribal water rights, but that there's a history here of not living up to them. So, but nonetheless, we do appreciate it. Mr. Lawford, do you have any thought?
Certainly, we have a number of attorneys in the office who are knowledgeable in tribal water rights, and we thought we had threaded the needle to accurately address the concern raised by Ms. Chicazola and others during the resolution proceeding. And what we can do is reach out to her afterwards and discuss why she thinks that the change did not adequately address the concern, and then we'll work with the racial equity team to figure out an appropriate remedy if we feel like we need to go that way. Obviously, the language of the resolution and all of us who were involved throughout that process, words matter, and we don't want them to be offensive to any of the affected parties. But I think everyone should recognize, of course, that what's in the resolution doesn't actually change the actual state of the law with respect to tribal rights or otherwise. But again, we want to do right by the tribes, and we'll make sure that we reach out to Ms. Chicazola and figure out why the language that was refined did not adequately address their concerns. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. I appreciate that. And thank you again, Ms. Chicazola. Really do appreciate your continued engagement. Okay, that concludes public forum. And yes, thank you for folks that participated, and thank you for those that did withhold comment more appropriately here for tomorrow's informational item, and do appreciate the engagement. That brings us now to our first board item under board business, and that will be consideration of adoption of our board meeting minutes from the November 16, 17 board meeting. I'll entertain a motion unless there are any edits.
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It gets close on these board meeting votes, minutes votes. Okay, Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. And the vote carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you, everyone. Brings us to now our tranche of uncontested items. Here off the top, I am pulling out item number 4 off the uncontested list. And so that just leaves us with 2 and 3. Are there any of these items that any of the board members would like to pull off the uncontested items list? And then otherwise, we can take up 2 and 3 on a single motion. Okay.
I'll move adoption of the uncontested items 2 and 3.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as well to all the staff that did great work on those items. The fact that we're not hearing them here individually doesn't reflect, but is otherwise the really great work there. Next, then we'll go to item number 4 and would like to call Mr. Darren Plamis.
You're muted. Sorry, can't hear you.
Oh, there. Is that better? Sorry about that. Good morning. I'm Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water. I'm going to do a quick presentation on item number 4. This item amends the guidelines for the arrearage program. As you all know, we've been going incredibly fast with this program, and at the adoption of the original guidelines, there was no clear guidance regarding tax issues from the IRS. I have heartedly been saying that this may be some of the only good news people get from the IRS, but we do have guidance from them now in the form of frequently asked question sheets that are posted. And if I could have the next slide, please. The amendment to the guidelines is basically to remove a section where we were going to require water systems in their communication with their customers to notify them kind of the uncertainty level associated with the tax guidance at that point in time. In light of the posting from the federal government, we believe that that requirement to have them send this notification would cause more confusion than be helpful. certainly a water system that wants to continue to communicate with their customers. We're not, saying that they shouldn't and that they should proceed as they see fit. But I do suggest through this amendment that we remove the requirement that every water system send it to all their customers as appropriate. So while we're not able to still continue, we are not giving tax guidance ourselves. We do want to refer people to the IRS and their tax professionals to make sure that they get the proper guidance associated with that. We are including at the bottom there, you see the web location for the frequently asked questions for interpretation. I do have clips of the ones we believe are most representative. And if my slide person would forward and pause on a few of them for a few seconds as I talk here. These are the ones I don't intend folks to read them, but they are number 11, 12, 13, and 14. If you forward to the next slide, please. These do tend to answer, we believe, questions of most concern to water systems and the public regarding the taxability of these emergency response funds. So there are guidance in that motion. And next slide. And I put the link again at the bottom of each of these for the location of it. And next slide, please. And next slide. There is one other amendment that we're proposing. There was a typo on the statute requirement in this section, section B on the 7th bullet. So that we're just changing the number to correct that. It was correct in other parts of the guidelines, but noticed it later. I think I made that particular mistake myself in quickly putting that into the guidelines. And then I want to alert the board members to one other issue that's arisen regarding interpretation of the guidelines. So with council, I have a quick statement to kind of go through the scenario here. Basically, we have some concerns that guidelines could be construed to bar community water systems from applying for or receiving funds if they previously allowed shutoffs for COVID-related non-payment, but have ceased the shutoffs and restored service to the affected customers. Guideline sections F.2.3 generally restates that shutoff prohibition applicability systems receiving arrearage funds. Staff and council have reviewed the language of the guidelines in section F.2.3 and do not believe it provides a blanket prohibition on applying for or receiving funds if the community water system briefly ended a shutoff moratorium, but has since restored service and is now in compliance with the funding conditions. We're especially sensitive to concerns about construing these guidelines section as a bar to funding, given that one, the compliance date shifted from September 30th to December 30th, actually I think December 31st, late in the legislative session, and two, construing the guidelines as a bar to funding in such circumstances would adversely impact the customers the program was designed to benefit for actions briefly taken by the system. Because of the ambiguity of the guidelines and language, though we wanted to bring this and our intended interpretation to the board's attention to ensure that the public and you are aware of how we're going to interpret this section in the guidelines. And with that, I can entertain questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Polhemus. Any questions from fellow board colleagues?
I'll just reiterate that I really appreciate that interpretation and strongly agree with it. You probably, I don't know that we have an answer to this, but I would love to know if we have any update on the application since yesterday was the deadline for all systems to apply.
Right. So I did not look at it this morning. When I shut down for work at 6 p.m. last night, there was 602 applications submitted, which is obviously a significant number. We are continuing to work with systems that are late. We didn't just slam the door and run away. We are trying to make sure we get everybody in that wants to apply. Obviously, it's a little more work on our part now after the deadline. But if someone still wants to apply, they should contact our staff and the people they've been working with, and we'll make sure to get them in. And the quicker they can do that, the better. We are, per the guidelines, holding funding until January 15th. For late systems that we anticipated being there, but the longer they wait, the harder it will be to guarantee that we get them funding timely.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I know we've done really extensive outreach, and so appreciate that, and hope we can do one last push now that we know who's left, to make sure that they get in. And I'm wondering, I know we've done a great job of updating the website that tracks who has applied and the status of the application. So I'm assuming that will be updated this soon with this latest information at the deadline. So just wanted to.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, the staff updated daily. I don't know this morning whether it's been updated, but it will be soon if it hasn't. And yes, we'll continue to outreach. We started actually last week trying to reach out to the systems directly that appeared to not be doing an application when they indicated they were, making sure that there was no technical assistance needed, and doing everything we can to make sure we get as many systems in as possible.
Great. Yeah, really appreciate that. And I think, obviously this program is really critical and important to benefit customers that need it most, and really hope that every water system can participate that has any customers in need. So appreciate all that staff have done and all the systems that did apply, and look forward to making sure everyone is able to benefit that needs to.
Thank you.
You're here. I wholly agree, and thank you, board member. Other questions?
Yeah, it's just, since we're talking about this item, I concur with the changes as well, and echo board member Firestone's comments. And I was wondering, Mr. Polimis, if you could comment on this timing of the wastewater arrearages program. Knowing that time is passing, and you've done a really commendable job with the drinking water program, and obviously I wholeheartedly agree that was first priority. But here we are, and time is passing. Just wondering if you have a sense for approximately when that program will be able to move forward.
See, Deputy Director Mogus has jumped in. My team will be wrapping up our work. We are obviously advising Ms. Mogus, who is standing up the team associated with the wastewater, so that they learn from all our skills. But we're going to need to take a break and rest. So her team will jump in with fresh spirit and take off, and I'll let her answer that question.
Thanks, Darren. Yeah, I have assembled a team. We have a couple of folks at DWQ working closely with DFA and OCC to amend the guidelines for the wastewater component. And we plan to release a public draft next week by the 17th. You board members will get an update on a briefing document that describes what kinds of changes that we'll be making. And of course, you'll get the draft as well. We plan to release that for a public comment period that will end on January 5th. We plan to have a public meeting, a staff level public workshop on January 4th, and then release a revised draft for the board's consideration at your January 18th board meeting.
Wow, great. That's even better than I expected. So that's fantastic news. Thank you.
Always glad to hear board members satisfied.
Once in a while.
Yeah, incredible. Thank you, Karen. I don't think we were all expecting such great and quick movement on the wastewater program. And so to hear that it'll be coming before the board for a vote here in late January, I think is welcome for a lot of folks. But maybe not some that may be having to work over the holidays a bit. So, but nonetheless, a really incredible need, and just really impressed with the scale, scope, and pace that the board has been able to accomplish here on the drinking water side, and now quickly moving to wastewater. So thank you. Any other, and thank you, board member McGuire, for the good inquiry. Any other comments or questions from board members?
Yeah, I have a question for Darren. I'm just wondering if you have any sense of the number of agencies that we somewhat talked about this a little bit. Region 6 brought to my attention that there are some drinking water agencies that apply for other relief funding, and because they apply for that funding, they cannot apply for our funding, which would go directly to the customers. Do we have any sense of how many agencies are in that position?
So the only thing I have to go on, Board Member Morgan, for that is I did have conversations with just 2 water systems about that particular circumstance. They were in unique circumstances, and the other program did seem to fit them better. And it was the other program that prohibited them from taking our money, not our guidelines.
Right.
And of course, we do want to coordinate and make sure we're not paying for the same thing twice, and that was appropriate. So I don't know how many. I don't know how many applied to that program, and they had to wait for the answer whether they were going to be allowed into that program as well. And it was kind of around the time of our shutoff for our December 6th ending point. I didn't hear back from them. Presumably that means that they got accepted into the other program and it was a better fit for what they were trying to do for their customers. The agencies that I did talk to that were doing that served a lot. They served more than drinking water. They had drinking water, wastewater, and other components, and this other program allowed them to bundle that. So it did seem to be better for their customers to go into that program if they were able. They certainly were welcome to ours if that didn't happen. But that's all I know. Unfortunately, I don't know how many are in that other program.
Okay, thank you.
And that program, I should mention, was run by the Department of Finance directly. So it wasn't another agency either that was working on it.
Thank you both. Any further questions or comment? And if not, we entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. And the vote carries and the amended guidelines are adopted. Thanks everyone for what is just incredible, great work here amongst a lot of, I know, important priorities. So really appreciate it. Okay, that concludes item number 4. We are now moving on to item number 5, which is our drought update and current hydrologic update. I'll note again, remind folks that we're also moving up item number 8 to the end after item number 5 here, which is our informational item on the temporary urgency change petition for the project. So keeping them together here to help folks with scheduling and time. I'd like to thank Director Namath for joining us here today as well. And would kick it first to Eric Ekdahl to set the table, and Ernest Conant, of course, our Regional Director for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Regional Director here. Good to see you, Mr. Conant. I'll kick it over to Eric to kind of set the table, and again, just really appreciate both directors here joining us. I know there was a recent announcement just last week on allocations for the State Water Project, and a lot of interest about the ongoing good work that's continuing to go into preparing for dry conditions going into next year. So with that, I'll kick it over to Eric, and thanks again for the participation here.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. We're here to do the hydrologic and drought update. As Chair Esquivel mentioned, we are going to try and reshuffle things a little bit. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. Normally, the way we do these updates, we do kind of the board hydrologic update, and we run through the various watersheds where we've been actively involved over the past couple of months, and then move into drinking water and Division of Financial Assistance updates. Because of the kind of need to do the Bay Delta kind of suite of things in order, we're actually going to do drinking water first, then DFA, then jump to board hydrologic updates, then jump to the DWR USBR hydro update, which will roll into item 8. And so if that all makes sense and is followable, then we'll hopefully jump right into things. And I think if we can go to slide 19, and I'll turn it over to Eric Zuniga from the Division of Drinking Water. And hopefully Eric is on.
I am here.
Great.
Just waiting for that slide to come up. Okay, perfect. Just getting my notes. Wonderful. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Chair Escobel and board members. Just here to present our drought update for the month of December, and wanted to just start with the first slide, which talks about just where our current status is. As things improved in October, they certainly had some challenges as we continue into more dry conditions. We can move to slide 2, please. So you have 112 water systems that have been issued a drought monitoring order right now, representing a population of 268,000. And we have drought conditions, still continue to persist. So our list is slowly getting larger. It's no longer slowing down anymore. We have drought warning still roughly staying the same, about 29 water systems identified with a high potential for water outage in the next 90 days. And for drought emergency, we have 11 water systems that are currently out of water, on bottled water or on hauled water supplies. I want to mention that the ones that have been added to drought emergency are actually existing systems that have been reliant on hauled water for quite some time. So there are ones that we're finding that are in this situation, not ones that were just that were because of an immediate failure. Next slide, please. So as mentioned last time, I wanted to get into more of some of the drought data analysis and the things that we wanted to look at for the reports that we've been getting from these water systems all throughout the summer. And so we did a deep dive on some of the analysis that we got. So first of all, I'm going to go through the first 3 on the left and then the 3 on the right. I didn't have time to go through a deep dive, and I'll explain a little bit of that. It's really a data quality issue of how much missing data that we had in those fields. So we still did a data dive, but I think it was a difficulty for us to do a full analysis. But I do have a full analysis that we'll be planning for our next board update. So in the first 3 tables, you see the first one is the drought watch list on the top left, and it just kind of looks at a breakdown of the 7% that are on emergency at the time we analyzed the list, 27% on drought warning, and 66% on drought watch. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll start looking into the next one. So, okay, this is a list of water systems that anticipated a water shortage within 30 days. So they reported to us that they were going to have a water shortage within 30 days. It was an issue. It was something that we had to do some, try to assign to them funding, try to get them, some type of short-term to long-term solution for drought relief. And this is something that we had to act on once they reported that. So we did decently. We had about 18% of them ended up being on drought emergency. 59% of them were accurately identified as warning, and we had 24% not identified correctly. They stayed on drought watch. So again, people can come in and out of these lists. So we had some errors on that, mostly because it's a human that are doing these things. So obviously there's human error in classifying and misclassifying these systems. So let's go to the next slide. So this next slide looks very similar, but the bottom part is the receiving hauled water question. So we asked water systems, this was not asked throughout the summer. This is a new question that we added in the middle of the summer. And we started asking water systems if they had been receiving hauled water, indicating that they're on an emergency situation. And so we mostly classified them correctly. We had 67%. We had many that did not report. So those obviously were not reflected in this table, but we had, 1 warning and 1 watch that was not caught. And actually, when we did this analysis, I caught the one that was not caught initially, and we were able to classify it correctly. But you can see kind of the breakdowns of, these 2 questions are probably the most solid when it comes to identifying, whether someone is in an emergency situation or they're in a warning situation where they're going to need funding. And so I think they're still really great indicators. I think they're one of the most solid indicators that we received in terms of data received from water systems. But then with that, I will go on to the next slide. So I'm going to talk about some data quality gaps and the things that we noticed. So, we had to ask ourselves, what are the different data points being collected? How are we asking these questions? Are we asking the right questions? Sometimes, we missed a crucial piece that would help us understand that, and sometimes water systems would misunderstand the questions and answer in the way that they thought. And then we got, very different data. So I think, that's a lot of what we're going back to the drawing board to do is, how can we do, this was done on a very quick basis. This report, it was a hurry up offense. It was a lot of hard work. DIT, DDW all got together to try to do something before the summer. And so we understood that we were going to have to take some trade-offs in that area. So these are all things that we're working on with the new tool to make sure that we ask the right questions, to make sure that questions have definitions, so that we make sure that we have understanding of what we're collecting. But then a lot of missing and inconsistent data. So we had incorrect units of measure, missing units of measure because it was not a required field. We had missing data points. People just didn't report a data point. They'll send the report, but then they didn't fill it out because again it was not a required field. Inconsistent start and end dates. There were no standardized monitoring periods, so the week didn't begin on a Saturday or end on a Sunday type of thing. They could pick any start and end date, and that created inconsistency, created gaps in the data. And so it was very difficult even to see who was missing a report because of inconsistent start and end dates as well. And then the actual outages. So we never were able to track accurately, when someone started to be on a water outage, and then when someone got out of the water outage, and then even understanding, what is the reason why they're no longer in that outage situation. So again, I'm talking about things because we have come aware of them, and we have tried to implement some way of creating this in the next drought reporting tool that we've been working on, that we're putting the finishing touches on this month. And so I think, going into more, how do we categorize water systems? How do we do more planning for next year? That's really our mode right now. Is we need the data analysis to provide a systematic classification of the water systems, so that we know, from my last drought update, I talked about the EAR. What are water systems reporting in the EAR? How can we use that information plus the data from some of our sister agencies and other data analysis that we've done to figure out who is impacted by drought and who is really going to have issues with drought this coming year, and using that data to inform and classify who's going to be on drought watch for next year. And then from the people that are drought watch start reporting, we can then classify, what are the indicators for source measurements and production data that indicate someone might be headed to warning, in addition to what they're reporting to us, which is their estimate. Is more of a qualitative analysis. We need some quantitative measures that push someone into a warning where we can identify some solutions for them. And then of course with the emergency, it's more of a knowledge gap of LPAs and counties maybe not being aware that hauled water is not an adequate, reliable source, or maybe that water system's just been like that for a while, and identifying those and making sure that they get funding, making sure that we are tracking them properly. But I think this is the take-home message here. On the right side, I see, so it says current missing data or data error. So 193 sources from representing about 74 public water systems. And this is of the world of 108 drought watch orders that this analyzed. So about 69% had some missing data or data errors. This is just when it comes to production. There's a whole lot more data errors when it comes to static water level measurements and pumping level measurements that I'll go on later, but that's just to give you guys a picture of what it looks like. There's a lot of missing holes. It's very difficult to predict trends when you have zeros, you have data errors, just the trends just don't work. So we had to find, when I do my analysis, I'll show you we cherry picked the best looking data so that we could make a good analysis and hopefully use that to inform some of our future product that we're working on right now for the drought reporting. And then finally, what's the best time frame for a response? We're still juggling, is 30 days adequate time for someone to respond, or is it closer to 90 days? We did both metrics. We know that the top 5% of reported data, if they thought they were going to be out in 30 days, that represented the worst 5% of the water systems, but perhaps 90 days would allow us to get more ahead of it ensure that they have some funding gaps, their funding gap handled with the funding that we have, and then get a solution in place before they run out of water. And I think so. So I think we're kind of leaning more towards 90 days because we have to look at the quickness of the adoption of the public water system and also the quickness of our funding as well. Next slide, please. So here are the planned improvements. What we are planning to try to rectify some of these issues in the new drought reporting tool. So automatically classifying systems who report an anticipated water shortage within 30 days as a drought warning system, and then automatically downgrading that classification back to drought watch when the system reports improvement, to make anticipated water shortage a required field and basically allow the water system to report that they don't anticipate a water shortage. We had a hard time interpreting whether a non-answer means you don't anticipate or you didn't report it. So we're going to make it a required field and then allow them to check a box saying we don't anticipate a water shortage so that we can classify it properly, and forcing proper date formatting, restriction dates to the future, because we had some report dates in the past and we weren't sure if that was an actual water outage or if it was a mistaken entry. For water hauling, automatically classifying systems who report reliance on water hauling to meet demand as drought emergency systems, and declassifying them once they stop hauling, again, creating that start and end date so we know how long someone was reliant on water hauling. And then again, outreach and awareness to LPAs to make sure that they recognize and report when these water systems are on hauled water so we know to adequately track them. And then one of the questions that we just added is the ability to track whether the hauled water is for potable usage. Certainly with Fort Bragg, we utilized that water upstream of their treatment plant. It was not utilized for potable water necessarily for the water system, but for the hauled water that was being sent out to the Mendocino coast. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. So obviously, I think we've already shared about the MWD drought emergency that was declared last drought update, preparing the Cayeguas service area for a 0% allocation for next year is what MWD has announced. Of course, now DWR has announced, the initial allocation of 0% as well. But we looked into Cayeguas service area. This is in Ventura County, and they are preparing the purveyors for the possibility of no outdoor water use, conservation measures if conditions persist. And that means if beyond the final allocation is 0%, water purveyors are prepared to go that last mile of no outdoor water use if necessary. And this is just the reality of where the drought could be taking us if things continue the way they are. So I think it's important to note, where the drought is and how people are preparing for that in the future. But that's quite a few water systems identified there. We had to do quite a bit of digging to figure out what everyone's plan was to weather those 0% allocations. With the data coverage, so again, the new data tools in development. So we are finishing development actually on the 22nd of December and allowing for a week or so of holidays and user acceptance testing that we're trying to roll out since we're making it available to water systems. We're hoping to start reporting in early January for the month of December and allow that to be the first report. So it is nearing completion. And again, we're continuing our follow-up enforcement review for violations, including monitoring, reporting, source capacity deficiencies, and more terms as well. And that's all I have. The next slide, I believe, is a question slide. If you guys have any questions.
Hey, Mr. Zuniga, I know there's an incredible amount of work going on here to be modeling out scenarios, making sure that we're responding and understanding what a worst case scenario for next summer looks like. But I can continue to reflect on as we're kind of projecting ourselves to a moment in the middle of next summer where we're in the thick of our dry season and needing to understand where vulnerabilities are for communities and preparing for them now. So just appreciate the good work going on between ourselves and I know the Department of Water Resources as well and Cal OES. It's a huge continuum of state agencies that are involved at the state response at this point. So thank you. I don't have any questions, but board members, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. And then, so we'll quickly shift to then a drought funding update. Ms. Oaxaca, good to have you with us here.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca, Supervising Engineer in the Division of Financial Assistance, and I'll be providing brief update on drought funding today. Next slide, please. This map shows all of our urgent drought projects we have committed funding to since July 1st. We actually had one more come through late last week, so the total is 13 projects, still about $1.7 million. And as a reminder, we do continue to coordinate closely with our colleagues at the Department of Water Resources, who also received drought funding this year, on both urgent drought response as well as the development of county level or regional scale programs to assist those served by state smalls and domestic wells that have gone dry. Additionally, DWR has recently released their urban and multi-benefit project guidelines, and we're working closely with them on that as well. Next, please. This map shows the State Water Board funded existing regional or statewide programs that could help with drought response for services such as well repairs or replacements, or the provision of bottled water or hauled water. And there's still over 42 million available in these programs. Additionally, I wanted to note that we have technical assistance being provided across the state as well through a number of agreements through various technical assistance providers. And these technical assistance agreements could potentially also assist with drought related issues. And there's approximately 54 million remaining in those agreements. And then as a side note on technical assistance, since I mentioned it, by the end of this week, we will be posting a request for qualifications for new drinking water technical assistance providers as part of recent legislation that named technical assistance providers as an entity that's eligible for direct funding from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. So please see our website for more information on that by the end of this week. Next, please. So this slide summarizes our drought funding activity since July 1st. We've committed funding to 5 urgent repair projects plus 8 now emergency well repair projects through Self-Help Enterprises program for a combined total of over 1.6 million. And we have also added 22.8 million to our existing regional programs this year. And we've provided interim solutions to 10 communities so far. This is specifically related to drought issues, and provided assistance to over 7,500 people. Next, please. For today, I wanted to highlight our recent work with Lanier Community Services District, which serves a small disadvantaged community with a population of about 660 people. This photo is an aerial view of the system and its service area. This water system has one active well, well 5, and dropping water levels during the drought have caused recurring pump failures and has resulted in regular water outages for the community. So the proposed project for $142,000 will lower the pumps in 2 wells, wells 3 and 5, and will also video and clean well number 3 in the hopes of identifying the issues for a potential fix to well number 3, which has had high benzene concentrations. So hopefully that will help bring it back online for the system. And then I just wanted to note that due to material supply issues, this repair work for Lanier Community Services District actually just started yesterday, and Self-Help Enterprises has been outreaching with the community so that they are aware of the repairs and the timing and whatnot. So hopefully by next update, this work would have been completed, and the community will be back to having safe drinking water. Next, please. And lastly, these are just some links to our drought funding resources. So I can take any questions, and if not, we'll go back to Eric and his presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Oaxaca. No questions from me. Looking over at my fellow board colleagues and seeing none. So thank you so much. Really appreciate the good update and incredible work. I know continue again to prepare now for what will be an intense summer ahead if we continue to see dry conditions. So thank you. Mr. Ekdahl.
Great. Let's jump back up to slide 4, I think it is, on the slide deck. And we'll jump through the divisions items pretty quickly. I know that our colleagues from DWR and USBR are waiting patiently, so we'll hopefully get to that shortly. Let's go to the next slide, and I'll run through our other watersheds, and we'll be able to run through the entire Bay Delta discussion without interruption later on. We do have some information on other reservoirs throughout the state. I think we'll hear more at the hydro update from DWR and USBR. So let's go to the next slide. Just a little bit about our ongoing Delta curtailments. We have had to start reimposing some curtailments, particularly in the San Joaquin watershed, but also some of the west side tributaries in the Sacramento area. It's been very dry, actually, after our October precipitation event, and November was actually pretty dry, and so far December has been as well. We'll continue to update these. We update the water unavailability analysis every day and make rapid decisions based on the information that we get there. Note that we're having a staff level workshop on December 15th to discuss some of the approaches to the water unavailability analysis and whether there are other potential mechanisms, including discussion of what we call a Term 91-like approach or something similar. And there's information for how to participate that on our website. We have a number of compliance information there. Just note that the enhanced reporting for September was pretty good, but in October and November, some of that's come down a little bit. And so we do want to encourage people to remember to continue to report. For December, we haven't actually quite updated our forms yet. We aim on doing that in the next day or two, and we do anticipate bumping the reporting deadline back a little bit for the December reporting for January use. And as always, our compliance results are online. Next slide, please. Term 91 remains lifted, although it's been getting a little bit closer, I think, from time to time, but Term 91 is not in effect right now. Next slide, please. Mill and Deer Creek have maintained at least 50 CFS flow since October 15th. And based on some preliminary video monitoring, there are Steelhead and Fall Run Chinook entering the system. And so we're seeing some preliminary numbers already, which is an encouraging sign. Next slide, please. I do want to talk a little bit more about the Russian River and kind of go into a bit more detail here. Right now, 91% of right holders who have received a curtailment order have completed the survey responses. But as we showed it, I think at the last board meeting, by volume, where I think we're close to 99% of volume by use in that reporting. We have temporarily suspended the curtailments starting on October 1st, and based on current projections, those will run through at least December 15th. There are some storms forecast in the next week or so that may result in continued suspension of some of these curtailments. We'll update that in the middle of the month before the December 15th deadline approaches. And as always, again, we have the results online on our Power BI dashboard, which you can access via our website. Next slide, please. We've shown this slide before. It's kind of a geospatially ranked or in sequence list of flows at current spots throughout the watershed. Of note, I'd like to call out the color coding because it's going to pertain to some of the slides I'll show in a minute. But basically, the red dot is closest to Lake Mendocino, and you go down to the time you get to the blue and purple, and those are farthest away. And as you can see, as you get farther from Lake Mendocino, lower in the system, flows do increase. At Healdsburg right now, it's about 175 CFS. I think that's actually come down a little bit. That was as of 11/29. I think the number I saw most recently was closer to 150 or maybe even 140. but there is still significantly more water than there was in the summer, although it is not quite as high as it was during that one storm event in October, which we saw some flows above 10,000 CFS. Next slide, please. Those storm systems that we did see in October have contributed to a rebound in the lake level, although it's still very low. And that's, I think, what I do want to emphasize in the next couple of slides. Right now, or as of a couple of days ago, Lake Mendocino was about at 20,700 acre feet storage. You can see in the slide the red colored part of the line that indicates how much storage has increased since October. We went from about, I think it was 7,000, maybe 10,000 acre feet up to about 21,000. So still a long ways to go. For reference, we started last spring at about 39,000. So we still need to double the amount of storage even to get back to where we were last year. That necessitated these kind of pretty significant curtailment orders and the emergency regulations. Next slide, please. We've also been looking, this is a complicated graph, but if you remember the colors for those dots on the previous slide, this slide shows reach losses. That's the kind of unaccounted for loss of storage or loss of stream flow within each one of those segments from kind of dot to dot. And what it basically shows is in the summer of June, July, August, September, certain parts of the river experience rather significant reach losses. The black component of the bar chart shows the in-stream flow component. And then occasionally there's a little bit of slop in the system so that you do have a little bit of overage or buffer. If you look at this level from last year and you kind of compare it to what we might expect in the next year, if you go forward one slide, I have to move my graphics a little bit. You'll see that there's a fairly significant cumulative, if you added that up for June, July, August, September, set of reach losses in each one of these segments. And these reach losses are really from two things. They're from unreported diversions, which that may actually be pretty small, or it is from interconnected surface water, groundwater, and pumping of interconnected groundwater that actually results in stream flow depletion. And if you add all of that up together over just this 4-month period, plus the minimum in-stream flows, which were already significantly lowered relative to kind of, I think, what they are under non-emergency conditions, and you add in that little bit of overage that was had, you get a total water use for just this 4 months of about 21,000 acre feet, a little bit less. The end or takeaway point that we want to emphasize here is that as of right now, there is more demand in the system than there is water in the reservoir. And so unless there is significant increase in reservoir storage, Lake Mendocino is still at significant risk for running out of water supply over the next year. The other thing to emphasize here is that this is only 4 months. There are also reach losses in May and in October, depending on the hydrology. If things remain dry, those reach losses could extend even potentially into April. And it points to the need to start to consider how we address groundwater in this part of the Russian River watershed. If this is driven, as we suspect, by interconnected groundwater, and things are this tight in terms of overall storage, it implies, although again, we could get a ton of rain in January, we could get a ton of rain in February. We don't really know exactly yet what the hydrology is going to bring, but it points to the need for reducing groundwater or interconnected groundwater use as well, in addition to having essentially no surface water supply for surface water right holders. And that's a very dire and difficult position to be in for the upper watershed, and still points to the ongoing really severe nature of the drought. So with that, let's go to the next slide. We can talk about the Scott and Shasta rivers. In the Scott, we did reinstate the curtailments for all water rights a couple of weeks ago. And in the Shasta, we continue to have suspended curtailments more senior than July of 1923, but do have ongoing curtailments in place if you're more junior than July of 1923. We continue to meet with interested parties to discuss potential local cooperative solutions and are ongoing in our review of petitions for human health, safety, and livestock watering and in-stream uses. Next slide, please. Just looking quickly at some of the flows, the required flow for December is 150 CFS, which more than doubles the 60 CFS requirement for November. You can see that red jump towards the December portion of the graph, showing the in-stream flow requirement, and the blue line showing about what flows were in the system. Again, it's been very dry, and other than the big storm event that we did have in late October, really hasn't been a whole lot of additional inputs to the system. We have observed about 1,300 adult Chinook and about 350, a little bit more adult coho as of the middle of November. Next slide, please. In the Shasta River, we actually continue to be pretty close to the 150 CFS target for November and December. The target actually goes down in January. And so we're optimistic that we'll continue to see a good response in the Shasta. And note that we're at almost 7,000 adult Chinook in the Shasta, which is almost double, approaching double the 4,100 that we saw all of last year. That also, we've seen 15 adult coho as of, again, the middle of November. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One quick note on enforcement. We continue to work throughout the various watersheds, and we do want to note that we are having kind of a virtual one-on-one meeting in December for reporters in the Scott Shasta watershed, where we're inviting potential reporters to go in person to the CDFW headquarters in Wairika, where our staff will virtually be able to kind of talk them through any questions they have on reporting and compliance with the reporting elements of the emergency regulations. We encourage folks to participate there. We tried to set up an in-person thing, but we couldn't quite make the scheduling and the locations work. So this is our next best opportunity. And if there are even questions for people that can't make it, please do give us a call. And I think with that, next slide, we have our ongoing additional information and update. Please sign up for our LIRIS and view the website. But with that, if there are any questions, we can take them, but then otherwise move to our colleagues at the Department of Water Resources and USBR.
Thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. Don't see any questions from our fellow board colleagues. And so, yes, thank you. And again, appreciate Director Namath and Director Conant for joining us here today to provide and be part of our drought update. And I know there's a lot going on, and appreciate the continued coordination between our agencies as we try our best to really prepare for just an incredible circumstances that we'll be finding ourselves in this next year after a year of pretty incredible circumstances. And so just really appreciate your time and patience here this morning as well. And so we'll hand it over to Director Namath. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for having me and Regional Director Conant. I think what we wanted to do at the outset of this topic is just to provide some overarching comments about how we're planning, not just right in this moment, but I think expectations for ongoing interactions, certainly at the staff level with the Water Board, but I think also importantly, in this kind of public forum. I also want to thank you all for your flexibility in adjusting the agenda and putting these topics together. Director Conant, maybe I'll start with a few words and then pass it over to you. As Mr. Ekdahl mentioned, California hydrology continues to be challenging in as much as our system certainly isn't behaving how it traditionally has. So I think pretty obvious collective wisdom is that the forces of climate are bearing down and expressing themselves in all kinds of different ways. Not the least of which was putting the capstone on last year being the driest since 1924. And then a week later, we had record-breaking single-day rain totals in Sacramento. It really does just speak to the challenge for planning across broader extremes. So there's a few things that, in my view, are interconnected with how we plan for this year that improves upon planning last year, but also puts us in mind of longer term adjustments we need to make to the system, similar to, I think, where the state is relative to groundwater management and, people sort of building plans as they're trying to implement them. I think we are frankly, in similar territory with the projects in terms of understanding the limitations and making adjustments as we go to mitigate those limitations. But ultimately what it points to is the need for longer term investment to make sure that we've got water available, particularly for the environment during dry periods, but certainly making sure that we can move water to where it's needed for human health and safety needs. So you are going to hear a presentation on the temporary urgency change petition that was submitted last week by the department and reclamation. That happened in tandem with DWR issuing its initial allocation to our state water project contractors. As folks have mentioned, that is a zero allocation. It doesn't mean that we're delivering no water. We're delivering water for health and human safety needs to 8 contractors that are really scattered throughout the state. So some of it, in Northern California, Butte County, Plumas County, Yuba City, some of it down in Southern California and in the Bay Area as well. The department issues an initial allocation always on December 1st for our state water project contractors. We also issue a water availability notice to our Feather River settlement contractors in February that allows for the hydrology to develop a little bit more in recognition of their senior water right in the system. In our temporary urgency change petition, we do make some assumptions about reductions in our Feather settlement contractors that are in keeping with their contract, which is a reduction by 50%. You will also see, so a couple things moving forward over the course of the next couple of months is to manage from DWR's perspective how we make water allocations that are reflective of the water rights system, how we marry that with needs that we have relative to carryover storage for next year, of course, part of which the temporary urgency change petition is about. But also how we marry that with improvements that we're making to our forecasting processes, knowing that the challenges that we had last year were really in the back end of the year, if you will, the back end of our wet season with the reduction in snowmelt. So we are going to be we do look forward to not just today's informational presentation, but the hearing that the board is calendaring for January to get that public input on the temporary urgency change petition. My hope is that we won't need it. It is possible that we will get wet events that move into the Delta that help us push out salinity, even if we don't get, if we don't have answers, frankly, relative to inflow into major reservoirs. We're just going to have to manage through all of those pieces. We are going to be at the board, I think we're tentatively scheduled also in January for an update on forecasting. That's also going to be important. Some, preliminary highlights to hit. What's different from last year is we have shortened the period of record that we're focused on. That's supporting our forecasting processes to 30 years to capture the most recent droughts and to capture these trends that are really starting to show themselves. We're also doing more around aerial snow observations in other places, but including the Feather watershed to help us take that observed data and marry it with our snow surveys, our more traditional snow surveys, to get a sense of, again, what we can anticipate on that sort of critical kind of runoff, which is going to be essential for how we manage moving forward. So all of it to say, Chair Esquivel and the board, there's a lot of moving parts that are going to have some interconnections. And we're trying to do all of that in partnership, I think, and in a way that's responsive to the board's desire to have more public input, less sort of surprise needs. We really do need to be moving away from that. And then I think just fundamentally in the big picture is we don't want to be managing droughts through chronic temporary urgency change requests. They're meant to be temporary, they're meant to be urgent in response to an emergency. And so overall, I think that's going to be dictated by broader processes that are in play, but that is fundamentally the goal that needs to drive our investments to make better use of water, ability to save water when it's wet, so that we, in these very tight times, can make better decisions for the environment and our communities, ag and the California economy. So more to come, certainly. And again, thank you for the opportunity. And after the regional director speaks, I'd be glad to entertain any questions, particularly as it relates to our allocation and human health and safety, if I'm able to answer those. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Director Conant.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I don't have much to add to what Director Namath already went through. Just a couple points I'll hit. I think she summarized well where we're at, working collectively with DWR on a number of issues. With respect to our allocations, as you know, we make our initial determination with respect to our senior water right holders and exchange contractors on February 15th. And then we make our initial allocation per our contracts around February 20th to our water service contractors. We have like 230 water service contractors, both M&I and irrigation. With respect to our M&I contractors, last month I sent a letter to all of our contractors that have some M&I allocation. We have about 70. Many of them are part ag and with a little bit of M&I, but send notice to them indicating if we have another year like this, that in implementing our M&I shortage policy, that will be focused on providing minimum health and safety for domestic use, similar to the message that Director Namath has sent to her contractors on the State Water Project. The last thing I'll just mention is we've been working collaboratively with DWR on this whole issue of forecasting. Last month, we had a workshop west-wide with experts from throughout the West addressing and collaborating on this forecasting issue. As I've previously mentioned to the board, the situation ourselves in April, where 800,000 acre feet kind of disappeared overnight, is not unique to the Central Valley. We had the same thing occur on the Klamath. We had the same thing occur on the Colorado. We had the same thing occur on the Rio Grande. So we have been taking a second look at the whole science of forecasting, and DWR's experts, who are renowned throughout the West, were part of that discussion. So as Director Namath indicated, I think we're going to have further information on that in January. But obviously that's a key part of our collective approach in order to see if we can improve upon forecasting. So with that, I don't know if you want to any questions to Director Namath and I now, or whether we should go ahead and go through our update on hydrology.
I just want to say, again, I appreciate the need for the transparency around what are the improvements around forecasting, and really having a discussion around the improvements and how we're making sure we're going to move into this next water year, not repeating any of the lessons that we can have learned here from this last year. What is not lost on me, and I reflect back on Eric Ekdahl's comments here on the work that we're doing in the Russian River, and the interconnectivity of groundwater and surface water, and better needing to understand that, given how it's driving some of the dynamics in the watershed and the curtailments that we're trying to affect, is just that we're needing to better track the drops and better make sure that we're having a system here where we know how best our curtailments can have impacts, what are the then interplays here of project operations, complex we know that they are, and what does it mean down in the Delta as well. All of that, coming here and really being informed by one another here through the curtailments, but then also project operations, and even consideration of the temporary urgency change petitions is even a continuum to some of the drinking water work we're doing. So I just appreciate it. There's a lot of landscape here, and need to continue to make sure we're conveying the work that's ongoing between our agencies and the ways we're preparing and improving for next year. I don't think I have any direct question at this point. Looking to fellow board colleagues, I'll just note when it comes to our discussion here, we'll want to have a discussion on hydrology and drought, take a break, and then take up the item on TUCP, and make sure we have a clean distinction between those discussions for everyone's benefit here. But it'll be very much a continuum, and just appreciate the presence and leadership, Director Namath, of you and Director Conant here, and what has been, again, an incredible and difficult year already, and that we know here we're having to prepare for continued circumstance going into this coming year. Board members, though, questions, please, by all means, or comments here. Okay, hearing none. Then we can move on to a presentation on, further presentation on the hydrology, a deeper dive. And then again, we'll take pause before that and take a couple comments I think we have here for the drought hydrology update. And then we'll pick up item number 8 with the TUCP discussion.
Yes, so Kristen White and Molly White have a hydrology update to go through.
Fantastic, thank you.
Hello, this is Kristen White with the Bureau of Reclamation. Hello, board members. Thanks for having us here to present an update to you on what's going on. Not quite as great of an update as we had hoped, but not as bad as it was this time last year. So there's something. Okay, next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm joined here with Molly White. Molly, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning.
Okay, so getting into the Precip, as we all know, we had a massive storm event in October, and then it's been pretty flatlined since then. Maybe a couple short storms that came in after that, and then almost nothing once we got into about the second week of November. Despite for those of you in Sacramento, despite the clouds and overcast that we saw yesterday, it only resulted in about 0.1 inches. So this is before that update, so it's 15.9 now. And it was only 0.1 in the northern basin. We didn't see anything in the rest of the system. So definitely hoping for some more precip. We would hate to see that flat line across. But in the next about 10 days, we do have some precip in the forecast, so we'll be watching to see how that plays out. Right now, December's average for the A station index is about 10 inches, and we're at 0.1 right now, so we have quite a ways to go just to get to average for December. So next slide. For the San Joaquin Valley, similar story, just flatlined. It's 7.5, and as I said, we didn't see much of anything from yesterday. Next slide. And then going into the Tulare Basin, also similar, just total flatline since late October there, and starting to get into below average for the Tulare Basin. Okay, next slide. All right, so we did see a boost from that storm in October at some of the reservoirs. Unfortunately, not as much of a boost as we would have liked. A lot of that got soaked up by the dry soils. This is kind of a quick overview of where all of our reservoirs sit, all still pretty far below average. Folsom's our closest at 93%, and we'll see how the storm affected that and really bumped it up closer to average. However, that's a smaller reservoir, so it doesn't mean that all the problems are gone at Folsom either. Unfortunately, Shasta, our largest reservoir, is still sitting pretty low at 46% of average, 25% of capacity. And Oroville also had a decent bump up in that storm at 60%. So all in all, still pretty below average across the board for our upper basin Northern California reservoirs. Next slide. Okay, so if we start out looking at Trinity, we saw a small uptick from that storm event, and then it kind of is flattened out. So sitting at a little over 700,000 acre feet, well below average though at Trinity. This is a similar story with most of the reservoirs, kind of sitting right there in between, well, close to about where we were this time in 2015, going into water year 2015. So not a good situation there, but we're happy to see a tiny bit of improvement from that storm. Next slide. Then we look at Shasta, which Shasta saw a tiny uptick. It was very small. I think we didn't see the storm focus there, and the soils are so dry up there, so we just didn't get much of a response. We're still sitting not too far from where we ended the water year, September 30th, at about 1.1 million acre feet. Been flatlining recently, really hoping that these storms over the next 7 to 10 days or so will show a little bit of an uptick there, but they are coming in cold, so we might not see much of a bump with those as well. And we're pretty close to the 2015 numbers. Next slide. Okay, and then we look at Oroville. Oroville saw a really great boost from that storm event, and it's been upticking a little bit. Nice to break the 1 million mark at Oroville, but you can see still well below average, and certainly still needs some storage to gain there. Next slide. And then lastly, Folsom was kind of saw the most dramatic increase from that storm event. Although it wasn't quite as much volume as Oroville got, capacity-wise, it was a much larger portion of the capacity. We're just barely at average, but because Folsom's such a small reservoir and it works along with Shasta and Oroville to meet Delta needs, it certainly can go the other direction quickly. So we're still keeping a close eye, and we'd like to see that bump up quite a bit more. Next slide. And then lastly, New Melones, which if you really zoom into your screen, you can see the tiny little uptick from that storm in October. I think it was 8,000 acre feet, but not too much of, it's pretty much flatlined since we ended the water year, maybe a tiny little increase at 860,000 acre feet, below where we were in 2014, a little above where we were in 2015. Next slide. All right, so we put this up as the drought monitor of how we ended the water year versus where we are now. You can see that the October storm event certainly had an impact in reducing some of those most critical areas, but there is still no yellow or white on either of these maps. So we are definitely nowhere near out of the woods yet with this, and certainly need a significant more precipitation in order to get just into those lower range of drought conditions. Next slide. Okay, these are the seasonal outlook graphs produced by the Weather Service. These aren't really appropriate for using for planning or forecasting in a operational sense, but they give us an idea of kind of what the trends are showing and what the Weather Service is seeing for what direction we might be heading. And we show this to say that between October and November, that they are starting to see that drier winter kind of solidify a little bit more. This doesn't mean that it's definitely going to be dry. I'll say that the graph to the right showing a likelihood of being below average for December, January, and February was actually somewhat similar to the same graph in 2016 going into the 2017, the wettest year on record. So it doesn't mean that it's definitely going to be dry, but it does indicate that the conditions are setting up for more likely to be a drier winter. Next slide. And then finally, looking at the temperature, this is probably the one silver lining is we are seeing the temperatures trending cooler, which is nice for a change. It feels like California is always in the darkest red for these graphs, so it's nice to see a little bit of that equal chances range for the temperature going into our key winter months of December, January, and February. Next slide. And with that, I'll hand it over to Molly White, who will present the rest of the slides.
Hi, good morning, Chair Escovel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members. Thank you for having us this morning. I'm Molly White, Water Operations Manager for the State Water Project and with the Department of Water Resources. So I'm going to close out this presentation with a couple slides just addressing our current operations and a brief summary of some initial drought planning activities thus far. And then we'll hear in a little bit from our colleagues at DWR and Reclamation who will provide a TUCP overview. So our planned fall and winter operations right now are fairly straightforward. Storage conservation during this time period is one of our primary objectives while maintaining sufficient releases to meet Delta standards. Secondly, in the Delta, the projects will be modifying our exports to meet not only our Delta requirements, but also our fisheries protections. And within these constraints, we also plan to capture available unregulated storm flows if they do present themselves to help build storage in San Luis Reservoir. Next slide. So as we look forward, and Kristen really set the scene as far as the current conditions that we're seeing, and we are planning for a third consecutive dry year. So with that being said, a series of leading concerns we have right now leading into 2022. For Shasta, Folsom, and Oroville, there are common themes. So such as low storage, not only for 2022, but also for 2023. Meeting demands such as summer Delta outflow and salinity for minimum critical health and safety needs, as well as this lasting and carryover low storage going into next year and the potential impacts that may have on the cold water pool that will be needed later for temperature management. In the Delta, should the dry conditions persist, it's likely that significant storage releases may be needed just to manage salinity intrusion in the Delta. And this is a case even in the winter if the winter remains dry as well. And then in addition, our Delta exports are a tool that we use to help manage through unforeseen real-time conditions. So when upstream water supply is at minimum, we're typically at minimum releases, and exports are very low. So there is not much project flexibility to manage through these unforeseen conditions. Next slide, please. So as we look into the, as we look forward into 2022, we have 4 categories of water supply priorities: supply for health and safety needs and delta salinity control, supply for endangered species, storage conservation, as well as additional supply should hydrology allow. Director Namath and Regional Director Conant also discussed the submittal last week on December 1st of a temporary urgency change petition. So you will hear more of that here momentarily, but it is a temporary request for February through April with the primary goal of conserving storage, as well as including so modifications to the Delta, to the D1641 standards, and then in combination with a maximum Delta export rate. And like I said, the main goal of that is to conserve storage. Just to give a snapshot and a feel of the storage that we did conserve back in 14 and 15. In 14, about 240,000 acre feet, and in 2015, about 280,000 acre feet. However, as noted by Director Namath, if significant precip does materialize in the next few months, standards may be met through natural means, and the projects would likely just be operating in accordance with our unmodified standards. So another initial drought action we have implemented is the delayed removal of the drought barrier that was installed this past summer at West Falls River. The plan is to notch the barrier in January to support navigation and fish passage. And if needed in the spring, if it is needed for salinity management later in the year, we would backfill that in spring. And then lastly, again, Director Namath did mention this last week on the 1st as well. We did issue our initial state water project allocation, focusing primarily on health and safety needs for our state water project contractors. And with that, this is my last slide.
Thank you both, Ms. White and Ms. White. Really do appreciate the overview of both conditions and then project operations here. Any questions from fellow board colleagues? Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. I just have a question about the drought barrier and these back-to-back years, and what sort of benefit is provided with, it sounds like, you know, not total removal, but a notch. What sort of benefits in terms of cost and time saved?
Oh, certainly. It does create quite a significant cost to delay removing all that rock out of the delta and then reinstalling it later in the year. I don't have those numbers on me today. That's certainly something that we could inquire upon with our colleagues that are managing that project.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just curious. It's not a critical issue, but just curious. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Others?
Yeah, thank you for the updates. Really helpful information and timely, of course, as we're all dealing with the reality that's unfolding before us. So one of the updates that we normally receive that I didn't see today was on snowpack conditions. And I think it's fairly self-explanatory given where we're at right now, but I just was wondering if you have any comments about the current state of snowpack as it relates to maybe the prior drought and, you know, kind of where we are today, as it is a critical part of our overall surface water supply.
So the snowpack is still well below average for this time. I see Kristen popped up. Last I saw about 15 to 18% statewide of average across the state.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've lost quite a bit of that big boost that we had. If you pay attention at all to to the news from the ski resorts, they opened and then had to shut back down again. I think they're trying to make snow now, so it's not. It's certainly not ideal, although I will say a large amount of snow in October is unusual. We normally wouldn't expect our snow to start building until sometime in December. So so that's not a sign of really bad conditions, just not as great as we would like to see as a rebound from last year.
Yeah, and certainly there's still time. We're relatively early in the water year. There's time for some good storms and snow to come along with that. And I appreciated your forecast on the colder than warmer predictions there. So let's hope that all comes to fruition. I think it's important that we share all the information that we have as it relates to the conditions broadly. So thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I think I'm reminded here, and I think important to remind ourselves as well, that DWR has said, I believe, we need 140% of normal to really have a normal year, given how dry antecedent conditions are. And so we're all continuing to, especially this system, I know, unsettled that's coming through, perhaps a foot or two, or measured in feet, I think, or feet rather, I believe, is what we're expected here to receive in the Sierra Nevada with the storm coming through. I think we're all watching and hoping, but the important part here is to continue to prepare for worst case scenario. We have to imagine ourselves here, in August with a lackluster performance during the winter, and make sure that we're best prepared for those conditions that we might find ourselves, knowing that if they're worst case, they're going to be pretty drastic, and the time now is best served preparing. And so just appreciate, though, that we still have a few months, thankfully, left to figure out what this water year is going to provide us. Anything else from fellow board colleagues, questions or comments? And if not, then we can hear, let's just go ahead. It is 11 o'clock. Let's take a 5-minute break. And actually, I apologize. We do have a couple commenters here. We'll take a 5-minute break after we're done with this item, and then move on to then item number 8, which is then further discussion on the TUCP. But we do have at least 2 commenters here for this item, and would like to then call up Regina Chicazola, who will be followed by Elizabeth Salamoni.
Hello, and
Morning.
I apologize. I will not be able to be here this afternoon for board priorities because I have to do other work today.
We've actually, Ms. Chicazola, I apologize. We've actually moved that item to tomorrow. It will be heard after the Bay Delta item in the afternoon, not before 2 o'clock. So just to flag, at the beginning of the board meeting, we reordered that item, and apologize if folks didn't catch it. The clerk of the board will be sending out a notice too on it. So.
Oh, okay. So it's been very distracting. But one of the things that I just wanted to point out really quickly is I feel like what is happening with the drought conditions is something that was predicted by a lot of people last spring, that our reservoirs would not have enough carryover storage to bring us through this next year if we had another drought, if we delivered more water than we could afford. And I feel like the board and the governor, and I know you answered to lots of people, but have not acted as prudently and as much like we're an emergency as you could have. By granting the temperature management plan out of Shasta, you're now in a situation where you have to deal with the temporary urgency petition because there's not enough storage in the reservoirs. This was predictable. A lot of us said this was going to happen. And I feel like you just really need to take a hard look at what's going to happen this year for water rights and health and safety, because if our reservoirs are drained, that health and safety water is not there. And people did not conserve the way they needed to this year in order to deal with the gravity of the situation. And that is especially true when it comes to the settlement contractors and when it comes to senior water right holders in certain watersheds. And eventually we're just going to have to deal with this situation that if we keep delivering to senior water right holders in the ag industry during drought years, there is not going to be health and safety water if there's continual droughts that go into multi-year droughts. And that puts millions of Californians in an extremely dangerous situation, besides the fact that we're going to keep having fish kills and have to deal with extinction situations. So I'm just urging you to now take action that you need to protect the rivers and the carryover storage, even if that means that you have to completely cut off senior water right holders that are not in cities and have them only have health and safety water also. So that's the main thing that I wanted to say. The only other thing I wanted to say is that, and I've brought this up before, I feel like there needs to be a plan as far as what in-stream flows are needed in drought years that are more on a permanent basis. I don't think every water management can be an emergency. All right, because obviously this is predictable situations we're getting into at this point. So thank you for letting me comment. I hope you have a big task in front of you as a board, and I understand that, and I wish you luck, but please do keep the needs of the people in the environment above the needs of even the most senior water right holders, because we all know that our water right system is not equitable or fair, and it's getting us in trouble. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Chigazola. Really appreciate your good comment and continued engagement with the board here. Thank you. And our second commenter is Elizabeth Salamone.
Good morning,
Hello.
everyone. Thank you for having me on. I'm dialing in this morning to give you a little update on the Russian River, the Upper Russian River, particularly in Lake Mendocino. First of all, I just want to thank Mr. Ekdahl for an excellent update. He hit a lot of the points that I was hoping to. So we have a few major obstacles here. One, of course, is rainfall. As I've heard said before today in this meeting, we can't wait to see what the rainfall will be. We have to prepare for the worst. Lake Mendocino particularly is not a reservoir that collects rainfall well. That puts us at a disadvantage there. The second obstacle is that we actually depend on water transfers from the Eel River that come through a PG&E powerhouse. And that powerhouse is currently offline. They are not generating power. That means they are not sending water through. We are working with them to see if they would be willing and able legally to send what we call discretionary flows over. That will be less than half of what we would expect in a quote unquote normal year of them generating power. And currently the reservoir that they draw from, Lake Pillsbury, is losing water. So at this point, I doubt they would send water over anyway. But once that fills, hopefully with some atmospheric rivers coming, then we would be able to benefit from some of those discretionary flows. Their legal team, PG&E's legal team, is looking at that, and we're working in the region to get support from all the different stakeholders on that in both watersheds. The other obstacle we have is outreach, education, continuing to keep people's minds that we are in a drought, as you're very well aware of that, but also education on water rights. And one of the ways that we're doing that, I'll transition now into what our local responses are, because while we depend on the State Water Board and all the other agencies for support, we locally have to take charge and make sure we're doing what needs to be done. So Sonoma Water Agency is the operator of Lake Mendocino. They have filed a temporary urgency change petition. We have supported that, our district, and the State Water Board staff is supporting us in a voluntary conservation program development. So we're working with Sam Boland Bryan, particularly, who has been a wonderful guide and leader, and hopefully developing a program that we can implement as soon as 2022 in the spring. One of the issues that we are trying to, I personally feel very important to include, as Mr. Ekdahl brought up, was the inclusion of groundwater users, interconnected groundwater users. There has been some support for that among the steering committee, and there has been some resistance. And I think one thing that would really help would be if we had a better understanding of the state's position coming into 2022, if he will be considering curtailing interconnected groundwater users. If we can get that message out, then I believe we can get the stakeholders to include interconnected groundwater users in the program and bring those losses down without having to curtail water users 100%. Although having said that, that's the backstop. We just might not have enough water. And that's another thing I'm constantly bringing up in that steering committee, reminding us that we're talking about a very, very limited amount of water here. Other things that we're doing here, particularly at the Russian River Flood Control District, where I'm the general manager, we are applying for funding for a major recharge project, demonstration project in the upper Russian River. I know in the lower down in the Alexander Valley, they're also doing a very large application, or 5,000 to 6,000 acres of recharge there, which I'm very excited about. We're in the Ukiah Valley, our groundwater sustainability plan is almost ready to submit, very exciting. My district is also looking at the feasibility of another small reservoir in the upper Russian. And we are looking at ways that we can adapt our management, including a review of our water rights and how we can best utilize those, and if we need to ask for any changes, long-term changes to adapt to the change, to the things that are happening. Positive outcomes we've had from this horrible situation are the partnerships and the relationships, and of particular, I'm just so grateful for the relationship that we have with the State Water Board staff. Eric Ekdahl and Sam Bolenbryan and their team have been phenomenal. And they've created a culture to bring us all together in entities that refuse to speak to each other for years, generations, historically, are now working together. And for that, that's the one positive, that's the real positive outcome that we have here. The other thing is just that the education, not only of myself as a water leader, but then I can educate my board, my customers, and the rest of the community. We're learning so much about the operations of our water system. So thank you all very much for supporting that. And I trust that you are looking at these situations very carefully and hope we can continue working together. Thank you.
Just thank you, Ms. Salamoni. It's not lost on me that it has been a very, very difficult summer for a lot of communities in the state, and particularly those in the Russian River watershed, where the threat of a day zero here, the threat of Lake Mendocino going dry, could really tear a community apart. A lot of finger pointing or otherwise, devolving into inaction in the face of really dire circumstances. And it's been the exact opposite. The watershed has really, to your point here, stood up and risen to an incredible moment. But yeah, it's that local leadership that can't be replaced in the middle of drought decision-making. And it's that decision-making at the local level that makes a difference in the ownership of these issues and the relationships and the complexity of them, and the humility to know that we're, in many cases, here still not where we need to be in managing for drought and responding in emergency ways that we need to continue to, because of climate change and because of the inevitability of these droughts, begin to shift the way we view the management of our resource in these times of constraint and our preparedness to do so. And what has made the absolute difference is the community here. And just thank you for your leadership. And I know the leadership that's reflected then and 1,000 times over throughout the watershed. And we're here to continue to live up to what is, yes, a lot of need, but we're very fortunate as well for incredible leaders on our side. So thank you for the thanks and reflection here of the work of Eric Ekdahl and Sam and so many in the team of the Division of Water Rights and Division of Financial Assistance and Drinking Water. This is the first drought that the board has really been able to take advantage of that full purview of support that we can provide for systems and communities. And I'm proud of the work we've been able to do, but it's been because of local leadership and coordination and collaboration here. So thank you. It means a lot. And I appreciate your continued leadership in that space and look forward to continue to see what the year provides here in the Russian River watershed and of course the rest of the state. So thank you.
Thank you.
that concludes our commenters. And any further comment or question or thought from fellow board colleagues? What we'll do, like I said, is we'll take a quick, just 5-minute break and go ahead and then transition to the discussion on the temporary urgency change petition, which is just an informational item. The board, is not acting, but will be good to hear a continuum of discussion on what's being requested. Looking to my fellow board colleagues and seeing none. Okay, well then let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back here. We'll just say cleanly at 11:20. See you here in a moment. All right, everyone, it's 11:20. We can begin to gather back. And we, again, because of some reordering on the schedule, we will be moving on to item number 8. We can go ahead and here pull up our folks who will be speaking. And as we wait to transition again, item number 8 will be an update from the Department of Water Resources and U.S. Bureau of Reclamation on their December 2021 temporary urgency change petition to modify delta flow and water quality requirements in 2022.
Well, the presentation's coming up. I just wanted to do a technology check here to make sure you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you well.
Excellent.
Good morning, Mr. Reeves. Glad you can be here and joining us. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, my name is Ryan Reeves. I'm a supervising engineer for the Department of Water Resources Division of Operations and Maintenance, South Delta Branch. As has already been mentioned several times this morning, DWR and Reclamation submitted a water rights D1641 temporary urgency change petition on December 1. The petition includes modifications for certain D1641 standards in response to the severe drought conditions that we are currently experiencing and planning for possible persistence of into 2022. These petitioned modifications will give DWR and Reclamation necessary tools to continue operating the State Water Project and Central Valley Project during this time of scarce water supply. Thank you, board members, for your time and attention to this matter. Just a note, I will be sharing this presentation with my counterpart from Reclamation, Armin Halston, and I will give him a minute to introduce himself right now before we get going.
Good morning. My name is Armin Halston. I'm a natural resource specialist with the United States Bureau of Reclamation in the Conveyance Division, and I'll be speaking to the biological review. Back to you, Ryan.
Great, thanks, Armin. Yeah, go ahead, next slide. So the contents of the 2022 TUCP include a cover letter, the standard petition forms, and then the meat of the information is in attachment 1, supplemental information, where we provide a summary of the current and anticipated drought conditions for 2022, a discussion of the need for this change petition, and then the proposed modifications to D1641 standards. And this would be the target time period of February 1 through April 30 of next year. And then attachment 2, which is the biological review that Armin will provide a comprehensive discussion on. This is a comprehensive review of potential TUCP impacts on public trust resources such as wildlife, fish and wildlife, and other in-stream resources. Go ahead, next slide. And I won't spend too much information on this or too much time on this information. It's basically an overview of what Kristen and Molly provided a significant discussion of a few minutes ago, and just giving you a visual aid of Folsom Reservoir from earlier this year, and just illustrating the urgent need and situation that we are working to manage. Go ahead, next slide. And so this is a summary of the operational modifications that we're going to be asking for. There's a lot of words on this slide, and so I'll try to walk through it and hopefully clarify what we're petitioning for. So essentially, through February 1 through April 30, we're asking for the ability to have a net delta outflow index modification. And it comes in 2 parts, and I'll come back to that in a second. Also, we're looking for the ability to operate the Delta cross channel gates in a flexible manner, and then also modify Vernalis base flow requirements. So back to the net delta outflow index modification. It comes in 2 parts. As I mentioned, one would be maintaining the NDOI at no less than 4,000 CFS on a monthly average, with a 7-day average of no less than 3,000 CFS. In this scenario, we would cap exports at combined exports at the State Water Project and Central Valley Project at 1,500 CFS. Now, in a situation where during a brief time period of wet weather, or could be longer time period, where we are meeting a net delta outflow of 7,100 CFS through unregulated flows, we would be asking only then for a modification to our Collinsville standard, meeting the spring X2 through Collinsville only, with no chip stays required. And then during this time period, we'd ask that we could operate the water projects in a way where we could capture in accordance with other requirements, but in a way to capture those unregulated flows. And then during this time period, we would not be operating the DCC with any flexibility. It would be operated as normal. And then, like I said, the DCC flexibility is intended to give us an opportunity to maintain interior delta water quality standards, and that would be we'd only be asking for that modification while we had the lower NDOI outflow scenario. And then the modification to the Vernalis requirement is we're asking for to maintain a base flow of no less than 710 CFS on a monthly average, and a 7-day average of no less than 80% of the base flow, which is calculated at 568 CFS. Go ahead, next slide. So we've already had a substantial amount of coordination with the State Water Board staff. Thank you very much for your willingness to coordinate with us, and as well as our other resource agency partners. As part of this TUCP, we would continue to maintain that coordination, and we're proposing to continue this through existing working groups such as WAMPT, the Long-Term Operation Agency Coordination Team, and watershed monitoring work groups. There's a lot of changing scenarios that could happen and things that need continued coordination on, such as the ongoing evaluations and coordination during the TUCP period, such as the D1641 requirements. Typically they're met during this time through unregulated flow and minimum reservoir releases. And so if this situation were to happen, or significantly above average precipitation were to occur prior to and during the 22 TUCP period, we could reevaluate the basis for the TUCP through this coordination. Also, the flexibility that we're asking for with respect to DCC operations would need close coordination, and we would consider things like risk assessments based on fish presence and any sort of updated forecasts to modify the gate operations. Next slide. And at this point, I'm going to turn this part of the presentation over to Ermin to discuss the biological review.
Thank you, Ryan, and good morning, Chairman and board members. The next several slides will address the biological review of the petition. Concerning scope, the scope of analysis for the biological review is the Delta region, since the proposed modifications to D1641 standards addresses Delta conditions. While the scope of the biological review was focused on the Delta, TUCP impacts were considered in the light of upstream benefits, specifically cold water pool preservation and additional water supplies for releases in future years. Also, the biological review took into consideration in its modeling other and separate drought actions, such as the emergency drought salinity barrier. The methods used included both qualitative and quantitative tools. The potential impacts of the TUCP were evaluated in context of conceptual models, current regulatory documents, and peer-reviewed literature. The qualitative tools included the Delta simulation model, ecological particle tracking model, and the North Delta routing management tool. The qualitative tools included reviews of the sail and mast conceptual models, literature, and scientific regulatory documents. Next slide, please. The continued dry conditions in 2022 are expected to be challenging for fish. The potential impacts identified in the biological tool were evaluated in comparison to anticipated modeled baseline conditions. Currently, extreme drought conditions are stressing the aquatic resources of the Delta estuary and its watershed. Even without the 2022 TUCP, continued dry conditions into the spring of 2022 would further adversely affect fishery resources. Without modifications to D1641, extensive fishery resource impacts could occur later in the year. For example, extremely low reservoir storage and associated cold water pool could lead to a reduced ability to maintain cold water later in the year for winter run Chinook salmon egg survival. Next slide, please. Concerning entrainment, all fish species evaluated in the biological review are not expected to experience high levels of entrainment at the South Delta export facilities. This is due to the very low exports under the TUCP, which result in old and middle river flows that are generally less negative than the old and middle river flows restrictions associated with salvage loss thresholds and continued implementation of entrainment risk assessment and operations adjustments. Next slide, please. The biological review also analyzed the potential through delta survival of juvenile salmonids. Through delta survival of juveniles migrating during February through April could be appreciably less than the modeled baseline conditions. This is due to less delta outflow, resulting in negative changes to North Delta hydrodynamics, including greater entry into the interior delta through the Georgiana Slough and the Delta Cross Channel when the DCC is open. Survival of juvenile salmonids immigrating from the Sacramento River Basin could be reduced up to 28 to 29% relative difference compared to baseline survival. Impacts from reduced through delta survival are trade-offs as a result of the benefits associated with the TUCP, specifically upstream cold water pool preservation and additional water supplies for future years releases. Survival for juveniles immigrating from the San Joaquin Basin is expected to be very low with or without the TUCP because of current drought conditions. Next slide, please. Concerning delta smelt and longfin smelt, the TUCP has the potential to result in negative changes to delta smelt habitat relative to the model baseline conditions, including less zooplankton prey in the low salinity zone, greater silverside abundance, and higher salinity leading to a lower probability of occurrence in areas of typically high population density, such as Montezuma Slough. Analysis suggests the potential for negative effects to delta smelt and longfin smelt recruitment from less spring outflow under the TUCP. However, these effects are difficult to quantify given the poor environmental conditions due to the drought and statistical analysis indicating an even probability of no effect. Next slide, please. Biological review also analyzed adult salmonid migration, potential impacts to green sturgeon, and impacts to other native and non-native species. The analysis indicated that migration conditions for adult salmonids are generally similar, with possible greater potential for migratory delay because of DCC operations in February and March. The TUCP modifications relative to the model baseline conditions should not appreciably reduce riverine or through delta survival of juvenile green sturgeon, although there is some uncertainty in this conclusion given the lack of information. And fish species with positive correlations with delta outflow may be negatively affected, for example, American shad and striped bass, while fish species with negative correlations may be positively affected, such as Mississippi silversides. Next slide. Finally, both the TUCP Attachment 1 and Biological Review support a conclusion that the modifications to D1641 will not result in injury to other lawful users of water, nor unreasonable impacts to fish, wildlife, and other in-stream uses. This conclusion is based on the following factors. The TUCP will provide for minimum health and safety supplies and control saltwater intrusion into the delta. While there are impacts to listed species and the ecosystem from these modifications, these impacts are weighed against the benefits of upstream cold water pool preservation and additional water supplies for releases in future years. Also, all operations would be implemented in accordance with Endangered Species Act, and California Endangered Species Act authorizations. And finally, the requested changes are in the public interest by preserving water supplies to meet minimum health and safety supplies, by increasing the duration and likelihood of maintaining minimal delta salinity control, and by increasing the duration and likelihood of success of maintaining a cold water pool sufficient for sensitive aquatic species. In addition, modifying the delta outflow as proposed in this petition will increase the probability the project will be able to minimize the likelihood of uncontrolled salinity intrusion into the delta. Thank you, and back to you, Ryan.
Go ahead, next slide. So just the next steps. Since we submitted the petition on the 1st of December, there is separate ESA and state and federal Endangered Species Act processes, and DWR and Reclamation are in coordination with our partner agencies on those. We'll continue with through some of that coordination that I identified previously. We'll continue with hydrologic updates and conditions updates and monitoring, meeting and conferring with the long-term operation agency coordination teams, and then work has been initiated and will continue on updating the drought contingency plan, which will include hydrology conditions update, summarization of the drought actions set forth in the drought framework, species updates and drought monitoring, and then preparation for continued support and participation in any water board meetings related to the TCP. And with that, thank you again for your time today. I think the next slide is a question slide, and so Armin and I are happy to answer any questions at this point. Go ahead, next slide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeves. I appreciate the presentation and from you both here. Any questions from fellow board colleagues at this time regarding TUCP? Yes, by all means, Board Member Firestone.
Hey, thank you. This is really helpful. I just have some questions to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So first, in the NDOI, you said, maybe, I don't know if that's, I don't know that we need to go to the slide, but you said that that would be conditioned on not providing more than, I think it was 1500 CFS, or I'm going to get that wrong.
I think so. The lower NDOI was 4,000 for meeting a 4,000 NDOI of 4,000, and then maxing a maximum project export rate of 1500 CFS, and then the second one was meeting the 7100 NDOI CFS, or sorry, 7100 CFS NDOI. And then a higher export rate, which is not defined, but it would be done in accordance with all applicable operations authorizations that we currently have.
Okay, and is the 1500 CFS to exports, does that include contractors, like settlement contractors, and releases for that, or is that just
I think those are the and Molly and Kristen, I think if they're still on, feel free to jump in at any point. But I think the 1500 is an estimate for the minimum pumping that we can do to meet the minimum demands. So I guess I'm trying to sidestep a little bit on saying exactly which contractors it would be allocated for. But if you want to get into the details of it, I can certainly get back to you with that more detailed information.
Okay, yeah, I'm just interested to understand a little bit more if we're relaxing outflow requirements, just how we're balancing, the needs of water quality. We're having to make determinations on reasonable protection, and that conditions water rights. And so just understanding how contract deliveries above the delta may be managed to meet those requirements. Just trying to understand how this is all working and what's being proposed.
Sure.
So maybe that's something to follow up on. I don't know.
This is Kristen White with Reclamation. Maybe I can add just a little bit here that this TUCP, the time period is February through April. So that's a period where demands are fairly low south of Delta. So this water would be going into San Luis Reservoir, which is extremely low right now, and it would be used for the demands that we expect to see during the summer. So those first would be our public health and safety demands, which is the top priority that's been outlined in numerous presentations. We also have refuge demands as senior water rights down there. But as we saw last year, 1500 CFS is not always something that we can hold, especially when we get throughout the summer and we're water supply limited. So hopefully that kind of helps shed some light. It could go to multiple places, but at this time it would be primarily storage in San Luis for meeting the various summer demands.
Okay, and then relatedly, I think, or maybe, I don't know, this is all related. So one of the pieces of informing what is reasonable protection for, or, you know, our deliberations is the need to balance, you know, storage and cold water pool needs. And I'm wondering if this includes any storage targets or, you know, temperature management plan pieces that just would help us know whether how that consideration is being addressed as part of this determination.
Yeah, I guess, so we did not include storage targets in our analysis, you know, partly I think just because of all the unknown. You know, we're trying to develop these tools in preparation for a set of environmental conditions that we're going to be experiencing in February, and so these modifications that we've identified, we feel like, you know, they're similar to, they're not exactly the same, but they're similar to ones we've used in the past, and so we feel like this is a reasonable set of modifications, and it will set us up. It will position us to manage our system carefully and you know, give us the ability to increase our storage, but what the actual number will end up being, I don't think anybody was really comfortable coming up with that number right now.
Right, and I know that's part of the temperature management plan and drought preparation process. So I think, well, I think getting more information, I know this is quick turnaround, this is emergency, this is temporary, but I think just getting a little more information around the NDOI kind of exports deliveries context would be helpful for sort of full deliveries. And then similarly on the storage, you know, whether it's targets or just a little bit more clarity on what that balancing is, what the commitment is around, you know, ensuring that this really will result in temperature management benefits and cold water pool would be helpful to understand. And then one other thing, just I'm interested in getting more information on, just as you are developing this, is so, you know, we need to look at reasonable protection for all beneficial uses and public trust. And we heard from a number of people today, and I know I've seen personally a lot of problems with harmful algal blooms, and particularly in the Southern Delta. And the board just adopted our racial equity resolution. And so as part of that, we are wanting to make sure that we understand potential disproportionate impacts of our decisions on low-income communities and communities of color and Indigenous communities. And so again, I understand this is very tight turnaround and temporary, but in order to just help us, implement the resolution we just adopted, just helping us get some information around potential impacts on Black, Indigenous, and people of color from this action. And I think particularly heard from folks in the Delta on HABs, and just, some information on that can help us understand that within our decision-making process. And really, ideally, I would love to see, then some proposals for how that could be mitigated to the extent possible in this, tight, again, temporary tight turnaround. So those are just pieces of information. It would be really helpful if you could provide just as we're doing our deliberations on this. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that input. That's helpful. I'm making some notes. I will say from the HABs monitoring perspective, we do have a pretty comprehensive monitoring program, and we're going to be in the process of delivering a scientific analysis of that issue to the state board here in the next couple of weeks. And so from that perspective, we have that information. The social science aspect we don't have, but that's a conversation that I'm sure we can continue with.
That's great. I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I think just the tools, that's something we're really still looking at and developing at the board is how do we enable, look at what disproportionate impacts are and racial equity considerations. So I think, would love to just make sure we're supporting, how that might be feasible within the really short time frame that we have. And I know Colin Byers Screen is a tool that a lot of folks use, but really appreciate that and looking forward to that.
Thanks.
Great, thank you, board member. And thank you, Mr. Reeves, for the openness around what are really important data points for us here at the board. Board member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so on that vein of data points, appreciate the clarifications in the presentation today. I'm trying to get my arms wrapped around this here, what you're describing to us today and sort of the realm, the range maybe of water that we're talking about. I know it's been recognized it's nearly impossible right now to predict exactly where storage levels will be and such, and I don't expect that today, but it seems like there was a slide earlier that talked about the water savings that were realized from the last drought TUCPs, and somewhere on the order of 240 to 280,000 acre feet, I think is what I saw. I may not be getting that exactly right, but I was wondering if you have an estimate at this point of sort of what that range of water savings might be, or additional flexibility, if you will, or if that's something you're still working on or could provide at a later time.
Yeah, we don't have that information right now. We haven't been able to make comfortable making that kind of an estimate. And I guess that's the simple answer to a complicated question. And obviously, there's we don't, knowing what type of snowpack situation we're going to be dealing with, and just persistent precipitation is just out in February is a pretty difficult thing to estimate at this point. But your point is understood and well taken, and it comes up a lot, is being able to have that that forecasting ability and modeling ability to estimate things like water savings from particular actions. And so yeah, that's coming through loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, I think to Board Member Firestone's point, we're having to decide over the next couple of months here how to balance these resources, and knowing we're not going to have perfect foresight, but we do need to rely on the tools and the information that we have now And now we're going to have, through the course of the workshop discussions and the deliberation and comments that we hear, frankly, from folks about that balancing act. So the more information that we can have to help make informed decisions about this and where we go and where we need to be going, the easier it's going to make on us as a board, certainly me as a board member, but really all of us as a society trying to sort this out and just not knowing where we're headed here in the coming months. So thank you.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you both. Again, best trying to track the drops here, and especially when the system's tight, being able to best balance and understand where water is moving and how best, particularly with an eye or in mind here, the water rights system and the curtailment work that we'll be having to do. It's all one system. And again, we're all just trying to better have transparency into it so we can best balance out what is difficult circumstances, I know, for us all. Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. And in a similar vein, just not looking for all the information just today, but want to flag that for me, I'll really want to hone in on the issue that Board Member Firestone brought up earlier about the public health and safety amounts. And so looking for, first of all, some information, additional information about the cycling of use of the pumps themselves, and the information that you have regarding any damage that could occur to the system if pumping falls below a certain amount. I know that there's been some information presented in the past, just any updated information to make sure that we have it and the public can also engage in that discussion. And then in terms of an accounting or some suggestion on how you'd be accounting for the use of that water, I think that again, back to some of the earlier comments, that were additional information on whether it's refuge water, health and safety in terms of specifically communities that might be able to benefit from that additional health and safety water. And if it's used by others, giving us a better sense of who those others would be and how you include that in the determination of public health and safety.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You did cut out for a moment there, but I think we were able to, the audio was able to capture all that you had said there for the most part. So I don't think we have any clarification.
My internet connection isn't very stable. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. And thank you.
Hi, this is Kristen. Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in on this. Thank you for that question. And the cycling of the units is definitely a hot topic. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify this. So with the federal pumps, our pumps are either on or off. You can't vary the speed in between. We wish we could. Maybe one day there'll be some academic project to try to create massive variable speed pumps that we can put in. But right now they're either on or off. And so in order to go below our smallest unit, which is about 800 CFS, that means we have to turn them on and off. And throughout within a 24-hour period, which is really difficult on those units. They're very old. We are working on basically a rehabilitation of those units, which is a very long project. So once the units get rehabilitated, they're a little bit more reliable to turn on and off, but it is still wearing away at their lifespan, just maybe not as much of a risk of imminent failure. Just frankly, not a good structural way to operate those pumps. So this past year, we worked with DWR in the state and really came up with a creative solution that we've never implemented before, but I think it went fairly well. And that's, instead of cycling a unit, just moving the state's a portion to move through our federal facility or vice versa, and then using our structural piece, the intertie, in order to move that water back and forth. And that's helped us avoid that cycling of the units and creating that unnecessary wear and tear on the pumps. So I'm hopeful that we can avoid cycling of units in the future. Like I said, it really reduces the lifespan of our units, even the ones that have already been rehabilitated, and certainly want to avoid it for the units that have not been rehabilitated at this point. Does that answer that question?
Yes, that was very helpful, and just to be, prepared to submit some additional information, on that if requested, so that people can better understand the technical aspects. I do have a follow-up, Chair Esquivel, on my request on the additional information.
We'll give the Vice Chair a moment to have her internet connection catch up. It was just at a really inopportune moment because it was at the start of her point. We'll wait here a moment. Okay, it's taking a little longer, so it may take a bit longer before the Vice Chair is reconnecting here. We'll go back to the Vice Chair and her last point and or question there. I think it was going to be on some of the information that she was requesting. Any other board members in the meantime with questions or comment? Okay, seeing none, it looks like we lost the Vice Chair. We'll give her a moment to here then sign back in. I'm tempted to go to what I know are a number of commenters at this time, but do want to provide her one last moment to see if she's going to join. Absent that, we'll start to go to our commenters, and the first person will be Gary Bobker. And then when the Vice Chair rejoins us, we can pause and go back to her point in question. Mr. Bobker.
Oh, hi, Mr. Chair. Good to see you. And the other members of the board. I'm Gary Bobker, Program Director at the Bay Institute. I know that we'll have the opportunity both through written comments and the January 5 workshop to comment on the details of the TCP. So I actually want to take a step back and talk more at a macro level to make kind of two major points. The first is that, as a number of us have said before, we're sort of evolving into a system where we're treating each, really dry year as unique and sui generis, and not thinking about sort of the way it's connected to all the other years and to the system that we manage manage water supply. So each of these years we are asked to throw out the rules. And we know that doing so will exacerbate impacts to fish and wildlife beneficial uses, but we're told that, well, things are bad anyway, so it makes it a little worse, so it's not really that important. And it's really a misunderstanding of kind of how regulation works and should works, and it should work, and also of what conditions are year to year. The board, even though the current standards in the Bay Delta are inadequate, they're sensitive to hydrology. They're not designed to produce really favorable conditions when it gets dry. What they're designed to do is prevent excessive impacts to beneficial uses in those drier years. And that's extremely important when the fish and wildlife resources that are meant to be protected by those regulations are at or near record low levels. We know that they're in really bad shape. And we know that a year like this, even a slight degradation could result in the extinction of one or more species. We also know that, in theory, the way it works is that in dry conditions, we're trying to prevent really bad things from happening. And when it gets wetter, then the populations have a chance to rebound. But unfortunately, because of a combination of the fact that we have inadequate water quality standards, and because of continuing high levels of diversion and storage, we prevent the favorable conditions from occurring that allow the rebound of these populations. The fact is that under our current water quality regulations and current water use, the conditions that we would expect naturally to occur in the driest fifth of years occur about 75% of the time. So we have a system where most years we're preventing favorable conditions from occurring. And in the worst years, we're throwing out the rules. And that's the opposite of what we should be doing. We need to be moving quickly, as we'll discuss tomorrow, to significantly improve the water quality regulations for fish and wildlife beneficial uses. And we need to stop throwing out the rules when it gets dry. You know, the rules are designed to deal with dry conditions. The second point that I wanted to make is that the reason that we're always given for TUCPs, you know, one of the major reasons is to conserve storage for cold water pool and environmental uses, which is important. You know, but the choice of, you know, sacrificing conditions in the Delta to save storage for upwater for migratory fish, you know, it's not quite the clear choice that it's often presented. The fact is that the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources will this year, just as they have in the past, continue to provide relatively high levels of deliveries to settlement and exchange contractors throughout the Central Valley, and you know, and will continue to propose that, you know, exports be increased when there's more flow in the system, even though we're providing you know, lethal conditions in terms of flow in the Delta. Well, the board is not constrained by the contractual obligations that Reclamation and DWR have or perceive that they're limited by. You know, the board needs to recognize that that allowing storage to be depleted for these consumptive uses while degrading environmental conditions for cold water storage, which is compromised. We've seen temperature control compromised again and again by the mismanagement of these facilities, resulting in both disaster for the salmonids that are supposed to be protected by cold water storage and disaster for the estuarine species that are affected by the lack of flow. The board doesn't have to permit that. The board really needs to look at it differently and provide the conditions under which we actually can protect both. Anyway, I'll stop there. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Bowker. I appreciate your good comments and engagement here on this item and look forward to further discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Doug Obiji.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Doug Obiji. I'm a senior attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I want to follow on Mr. Bowker's comments and kind of emphasize two things that I'd like to request from the board. The first, and then I'll explain why. The first is to require DWR and Reclamation to provide calcium modeling of the effects of their TUCP. The modeling that they've provided thus far only looks at conditions in the Delta and doesn't look at upstream operations. So they're asking you and the public to all just to assume that cutting Delta standards will actually improve upstream temperature. The modeling, we should see the modeling to see that, as well as to see where the water is actually going. And second, given that lack of modeling and given the fact that the TUCP falls over the holiday, my colleagues and I have requested a 2-week extension of the time for comment. We do appreciate very much that the board has required DWR and Reclamation to submit this TUCP in advance. It is pretty problematic, however, that the TUCP only covers the February through April period, even though everyone knows that Reclamation and DWR are planning subsequent TUCPs to waive water quality standards. And so we're effectively piecemealing that analysis. Because the TUCP includes inadequate modeling of operations, it just assumes that it will improve upstream temperatures and that this is a trade-off for the water quality standards that will, quote unquote, appreciably reduce survival of salmon through the Delta and cause additional environmental harms. The projects made the same exact argument in 2014 and 2015 during the last drought. And as we saw, we failed to protect upstream water temperatures and we failed to protect species in the Delta. This was not a trade-off, and it was really a failure. And the interim operations plan that the state and feds have proposed to the federal court would also lead to massive mortality of winter run salmon if next year is dry. assuming, the National Marine Fisheries Service estimates that under that plan, 34 to 73% of the endangered winter run would be killed next year by lethal temperatures alone, similar to the 75% that were killed this year. And they are targeting end of September storage of 1.2 to 1.8 million acre feet if next year is critically dry, which means that we could very well be in the same situation in 2023. Having that kind of calcium model is really valuable because it highlights under dry conditions and dry hydrology, we don't know what the hydrology will be, but we can and always do make assumptions and evaluate that hydrology and plan for it. And that would show what effect this would have on upstream storage and on deliveries to settlement and exchange contractors. Right now, the approach taken in this TUCP is largely copying the disastrous TUCP in 2015. And the board in Water Rights Decision 2015-0043 admitted that the approval of TUCPs and the failure to maintain water temperatures for salmon in the last drought was not sustainable, and that, quote, changes to the drought planning and response process are needed to ensure that fish and wildlife are not unreasonably impacted in the future and to ensure the various species do not go extinct. Yet we're largely repeating those mistakes of the past. And as Reclamation and DWR admitted in their presentation in the TUCP, there would be significant harm to delta smelt, to salmon, to steelhead, to longfin smelt. Even in additional harm, we know that D1641 standards are not adequate, and yet the TUCP would cause additional harm and worsen conditions for our native fish and wildlife. We strongly agree that water deliveries for health and safety need to be the priority for 2022. However, it's wildly misleading for DWR to claim that they're delivering no water when their health and safety allocations to state water project contractors in 2022 are more than 100,000 acre feet more than their state water project allocation in 2021. And more importantly, that DWR and Reclamation are still planning to not planning to limit deliveries to health and safety, but are still planning for deliveries to their settlement exchange contractors. Most recently, when DWR did its modeling to support its initial health and safety allocation of water, they assumed a 50% allocation to their Feather River settlement contractors. And you heard today talk about the 1,500 CFS of exports. That is not necessary for health and safety. That is to enable deliveries to the San Joaquin River exchange contractors and other settlement and exchange contractors, as well as wildlife refuge. Without this kind of modeling, DWR and Reclamation have not demonstrated that they couldn't meet D1641 standards by curtailing deliveries to their contractors. And as a condition of approving a TUCP, or ideally before even considering it, the board should require Reclamation and DWR to curtail their water deliveries to all their contractors, except for water deliveries for human health and safety and level 2 water supplies. It's unreasonable to allow DWR and Reclamation to continue waiving their water rights obligations to the public while allowing millions of acre feet of water deliveries under those same water rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obiji. Appreciate your time and points here and engagement on the TUCP discussion. Thank you. Next,
can I just ask one?
Of course,
and maybe
of course,
just,
board member. Yes.
And really, this is just kind of a follow-up on my questions or comments before, but I would love to hear more, again, as we move forward from the projects on the modeling. And I don't know that, is that, and if that's something that can be provided, or at least more information on that upstream operations. So if that can be something that folks come back to or provide more information on, that would be great.
Yep, thank you, board member. Mr. Obiji, did you have something? Quickly, oh yeah, let me make sure.
You can't unmute, yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. I was just going to add that DWR has been modeling the effects of a TUCP and reducing contract allocations since this summer. They've done calcium modeling to support their initial allocation. We're not asking them to create something brand new. They do this all the time. And that kind of modeling allows all of us to see all the assumptions and share those facts rather than some people being privileged to know them and the rest of us left in the dark.
Thank you, Mr. Obiji, and thank you, board member. Next, we have Tim Stroshane. Apologies, Tim Stroshane. And hello, Mr. Stroshane.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm Tim Stroshane, Policy Analyst with Restore the Delta. My remarks here follow on those of Regina Chickazola's and Doug Obiji's from earlier in the meeting. You're considering a TUCP for which you and the public lack crucial information about its equity implications. Last spring and summer, the State Water Project and Central Valley Project allocated over 1.2 million acre feet for senior water right holders, the settlement and exchange contractors of both projects. About 3/4 of this allocation was delivered by the end of June. About 866,000 acre feet, 230,000 acre feet of it was delivered by the State Water Project to the Feather River service area, and about 636,000, I estimate, by the CVP to its service contract, settlement contractors. According to the TUC order from last June, Condition 5C and 5D reports from late July and late August, the SWP delivered another 362,000 acre feet over the summer into September to Feather River settlement contractors. And the CVP delivered another 1.15 million acre feet from July into September to its Sacramento settlement and San Joaquin exchange contractors. In all, it appears that instead of delivering 1.2 million acre feet, excuse me, to senior contractors, the projects delivered about 2.38 million acre feet, nearly twice what they said they would deliver during an epic drought. If I'm wrong about this delivery accounting, it would be only because the information available about these senior water right holder deliveries is poorly disclosed and explained by the water project operators. This is the information available to the board for this part of 2021. But going forward, the data source I used last spring to document State Water Project senior contractor allocations has been removed from DWR's website, no doubt to protect themselves and their contractors from this sort of independent scrutiny. It was an SWP operations readout that included Feather River service area deliveries on a weekly basis. There is no explanation from DWR on the website about the disappearance of these operational reports. If the public cannot access this information about a project's activities that the public helped to finance, then it is more necessary than ever that State Water Resources Control Board continue requiring this information in its next TUC order and monitoring reports. We urge you to use your authority to compel DWR to restore the weekly operational data that they removed. Without this kind of information, we are unfairly limited from holding DWR, the Bureau, and the senior water right holders to account for their roles in the unfolding drought, disaster, and equity problems for our Central Valley and Delta waterways. Good luck, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Stroshane. Appreciate your comments today and look forward to continued engagement. Thank you. Next, we have Rachel Zwillinger, who will be followed by John McManus.
Hi there. I'm Rachel Zwillinger, an attorney and water policy advisor for Defenders of Wildlife. I think you'll see some themes emerging in the comments today, but I first wanted to request a 2-week extension of the deadline for submission of written comments on the TUCP. The already short comment period falls during the winter holidays and coincides with other comment periods for projects affecting the same resources. A 2-week extension would allow for submission of more meaningful comments and would still leave the board with the time to review the comments in advance of the period covered by the TUCP. And I've submitted a written request for this extension. Second, I just want to highlight some initial concerns with this request to once again waive water quality standards that are essential for fish and wildlife and for water quality in the Delta. We'll submit more detailed comments about the unreasonable impacts to fish and wildlife, but I want to today focus on the need for the TUCP. And in the December 1st submission, it indicates that violation of these minimum water quality protections for the estuary are necessary to support 5 DWR and reclamation priorities: health and human safety, avoiding saltwater intrusion in the Delta, preserving cold water for salmon, protecting endangered species and other fish and wildlife, and meeting ill-defined other critical water supply needs. And the petition discusses these other critical water supply needs numerous times. And I'd like to better understand what these critical water supply needs are. And I really appreciate the board member questions seeking the same information. In 2021, DWR and Reclamation requested and received a TUCP and failed to meet standards that are essential for protecting fish and wildlife. While depriving the environment of water, they delivered vast volumes of water to senior water rights holders. And I'm wondering if these are the deliveries of other critical water supply needs that they mentioned in the petition, and whether they plan to do the same thing in 2022. And we heard earlier from Director Nemeth that yes, they are still planning to provide a 50% allocation to the federal Feather River settlement contractors while asking for a waiver of environmental protections. Allowing DWR and Reclamation to violate protections for fish and wildlife, which are already substantially reduced in dry years, while still delivering enormous volumes of water to agriculture in the Central Valley, is a violation of your obligation to protect public trust resources and to guard against waste and unreasonable use. To avoid this unlawful and I think unethical outcome, I urge you to condition any order granting Reclamation and DWR's TUCP on elimination of water supply deliveries, except those that are necessary to meet health and human safety and environmental needs, including deliveries for wildlife refuges. This would enable Reclamation and DWR to not meet water quality standards if it's truly necessary to protect the public interest, but would not give them a blank check to balance away the environment in favor of supplying water to their agricultural contractors. If you grant a TUCP to the detriment of wildlife and the environment, while allowing DWR and Reclamation to deliver water to senior water rights holders, you're placing the profits of a privileged few over the protection of public trust resources that benefit all Californians, and you're doubling down on an approach to drought management that simply doesn't work. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Willinger. I appreciate the comments and participation in today's discussion. Next, we have John McManus, who will be followed by Barry Nelson.
Can you hear me?
Can. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, good afternoon, Heather.
Yeah, actually it is 12:18. John McManus, President, Golden State Salmon Association. I would like to echo the comments of the speakers immediately before me. I think it's become pretty clear over the last hour, starting with Board Member Firestone's question to the DWR and the Bureau people about that 1,500 CFS of exports that neither they nor Kristen White could adequately explain. I heard Kristen White refer to it as being needed to park in San Luis Reservoir. Every speaker you've heard supports the use of water for public health and safety, including the Golden State Salmon Association. But when water is being delivered to agricultural contractors and the environment's being wiped out, not only the salmon that we rely on, but the interior Delta environment where there's so many people of disadvantaged communities living, I think it behooves us all to ask the state and the feds to go back and to rework this TUCP to make it a little bit more credible and compliant with the laws of California. The way it's structured right now, they're just not there yet. I think that's come out in the comments that you've heard. They can't explain why they need 1,500 CFS. They make blanket statements that requesting this petition is tied to helping salmon and other species later in the year, which we're not buying for reasons that were laid out before. And there's one final thing I'd like to flag, and that is this business about being flexible in the operation of the Delta Cross Channel during the months in question is potentially deadly to salmon. This is the time of year when salmon are coming down out of the Sacramento Basin and trying to get to the Delta and out to the ocean. When that Delta Cross Channel is open, it is an off-ramp to death, Now, they'll tell you that it's not going to result in a bunch of entrainment at the pumps. That may be, but they will get killed on the way to the pumps. And I think actually to their credit, the state and the Bureau were at least honest about that there will be significant losses. So the whole thing is just half-baked. I don't think it flies, and I think it behooves you all to ask them to go back and make another run at it that's more credible and takes into account disadvantaged communities, which you now have a resolution to support, as well as the needs of salmon communities, not only on the coast, but in inland waterways as well. I'll stop there and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Appreciate it. And thanks for the engagement on this discussion. I know there will be still yet additional discussion on the TUCP and other issues coming into next year. So thank you. Next, we have Barry Nelson. And Mr. Nelson, you should be provided an opportunity to unmute and or come off camera. Okay, Mr. Nelson, we may be having.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay. Sorry, Barry Nelson with Golden State Salmon Association. Just adding some additional thoughts to those John just presented. First, I just wanted to be clear that the position the Bureau and DWR is suggesting the State Board take is that maintaining deliveries to a few senior contractors is more important than maintaining adequate protection, maintaining even existing inadequate protections for a collapsing ecosystem, maintaining protections for the commercial and recreational salmon fishing industry, maintaining protections for tribal salmon resources, and running the risk of increasing harmful algae blooms. We think that position is legally flawed, and certainly, as you've heard from others testifying today, it's ethically flawed as well. As John mentioned, both the cross-channel gate closure relaxation and the proposal to weaken flow requirements in the Delta come during the heart of the salmon migration salmon out-migration period. I wanted to make some suggestions regarding the presentations that you should receive, the briefings you should receive when you consider these this TUCP in a couple of weeks. First, require the Bureau and DWR to present detailed presentations of deliveries to senior water rights holders, both last year and deliveries anticipated this year, and insist that they do that in a way that doesn't bifurcate the year in April, that presents deliveries for the whole year. Second, make sure that you have an adequate presentation. We've heard virtually no presentation today regarding the status of the ecosystem at question here. Obviously, smelt is at disastrously low levels, Delta smelt. All of our salmon runs, the natural component of our salmon runs, those are the components of the salmon run that you're charged with protecting, are at dangerously low levels, several of them listed. Also, require your staff to give a presentation regarding progress since you adopted standards last in 1995 towards the doubling requirement that you adopted. You should see what the Bureau is proposing in the context of what has happened with these existing standards since they were adopted 26 years ago. And then finally, in terms of status of the ecosystem, presentations regarding how harmful algae blooms, as well as presentations regarding the survival of salmon upstream last year, upstream this year. The Bureau has already killed the vast majority of winter run and fall run salmon, naturally producing winter and fall run salmon on the Sacramento this year. There will unfortunately be few out migrants this coming year. During the winter and spring. It is absolutely essential that we protect those out migrants, and yet the Bureau is proposing that you relax standards in order to increase the impacts on salmon runs that they have already devastated during the spawning period. And then finally, about presentations, also ask your staff to give presentations, again, since the 1995 standards were adopted, regarding what has happened to the salmon fishing industry, to businesses, jobs, families. Our fishery is being kept afloat through hatchery production, but it's being kept afloat through hatchery production because and it's being done by bypassing our rivers, because we have allowed our rivers in the Delta to become lethal for salmon. And frankly, the Bureau and DWR are asking you to worsen those already dangerous conditions. And then again, I'd like to touch on an issue Gary Bobker, or expand on an issue Gary Bobker presented briefly. You haven't updated standards for 26 years for the Bay Delta. Those existing standards are clearly inadequate. The board has adopted flow requirements on the San Joaquin side, but you have not yet implemented those requirements. We've seen disastrous impacts from TUCPs in past years. And as Doug Obigi mentioned, the board indicated that it needed to avoid repeating those impacts. And yet here we are, the Bureau and DWR are asking you to waive standards again in 2022. And the Bureau's analysis has clearly shown that waiving those standards would result in significant degradation for the environment. This really is a test of the board's ability to regulate effectively. And the perspective of our industry, it's a test of whether the state board will meet its legal obligation to protect salmon runs and the salmon fishery as a beneficial use. I would just close by suggesting that you also look at the testimony of Chuck Bonham before the Joint Committee on Fisheries and Aquaculture a month ago. He highlighted the need for us to prioritize environmental protection, salmon protection in particular, over water deliveries this year. John McManus repeated our position, stated our position regarding public health and safety. I won't repeat that, but Chuck Bonham really framed this issue very clearly in his testimony for the legislature. And we would urge you not to allow any TUCPs in the Delta while the projects are maintaining delivery levels to all of their contractors, to any of their contractors above the health and safety requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate the time today. Next, we have Barbara Berrigan-Perea. And Ms. Berrigan-Perea, hello.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. The state holds the power regarding Delta management, and we in the Delta live with the consequences of how that power is yielded and for whom. While climate change is an emergency, it is an emergency that we have seen coming and for which we should have been prepared. Managing the Delta by repeated years of drought emergency measures without an honest examination of where water is going and for what priorities, while gutting Delta water quality standards, is not system management based in the reality of California's new climate. DWR and the Bureau claim today that they want to manage it differently. But for over the last 8 years, we have watched temporary change petitions used as a blunt force on the health of Delta communities. Today, they said there's a DW data report on HABs. Why hasn't that data been made public in real time and folded into the proposed TUCP? This morning, nonprofit leaders, government officials, and university students, all resident leaders who do not work full-time in water, showed up to make public comments about the relationship between all these agendized items because they are limited in participating in water board activities by their day jobs and regular responsibilities. The agenda breaks apart management. It is compartmentalized, dissected, and administrative in its function. But our local leaders were commenting on the sum total of these agendized pieces at the macro level and how management decisions manifest in conditions on the ground impacting people's lives. Restore the Delta is encouraged by government agencies to help with bringing the public to participate in public processes. And we asked this board earlier this year to hold an informational session in Stockton regarding HABs, drought, and overall Delta issues. Today, an attempt was made to explain how the sum total of Delta management is harming large numbers of people. If we were considered equal to other water interests in this state, would our speakers have been able to finish explaining how these pieces manifest in the estuary altogether? If we were considered equal in the eyes of the state, would there be a real plan to protect Delta communities from drought impacts within California's overall management? Would such a plan be folded into the TUCP? We continue to wait for equal standing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. Apologize on the last name blank.
Okay.
And just thank you. I know that it can be difficult to participate in board proceedings, and it can feel like discussions are compartmentalized. It's not out of a desire to somehow truncate voices in the least, but to help make sure that they all contribute to a really important discussion and agendized item that we'll be having. But I appreciate that there was also a desire to make sure that there was the interconnectivity of issues that are communicated there, something that the board shares definitely as we look across the watershed and understand how best we protect drinking water, how best we enact curtailments, and here consider relaxation of really important standards we know from the projects, and acknowledge that there is an incredible interplay all therein. So just thank you. And I do appreciate your good contribution and comments today to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Deirdre Desjardins.
Hello, this is Deirdre Desjardins. I'm the Director of California Water Research, and I wanted to say I strongly support the comments of the speakers that came before me, particularly Ms. Barbara Berrigan-Perea. I have noticed that with the framework of power of California Water, it is the water agencies that determine the frames of reference and who have priority of access to resources. And it's very much evident with this modeling of operations. It's not being released publicly. I'm sure that the water contractors have access to it. We don't. As a modeler and an analyst, I would request that the board request that sooner rather than later so that we have time to look at it and analyze it. We are not going to have, we have no window onto it. I will tell you over and over again in the water fix hearing, that DWR testified that, each drought is unique, so we have to plan. Well, so we have to address it at the time. If they do, they need to provide all the modeling, and they need to do it in a fair and equitable fashion. And this is not neither fair nor equitable because we simply don't have the information. The second thing I wanted to add is that when the board issued the permits for the Central Valley project and the State Water project, in Decision 990 and Decision 1275, there was no consideration of minimum exports from the South Delta pumps. There was no water availability analysis for the health and safety minimum exports of 1,500 CFS. These decisions also initially found there was no water available in the months of July and August and very little in September. So the board initially limited Delta exports during those months to rediversion of stored water. The board later rescinded these permits terms. And we'll also add that the proposed relaxation of Decision 1641 requirements to capture unstored flows in the spring is essentially the exercise of a new water right to export water dedicated to the ecosystem, and I don't think the board should grant it. There is no indication that we've reached any kind of extraordinary state where it's required that the projects export water dedicated to the ecosystem. I really urge the board to really look at a water availability analysis, where the stored water is going, how any cold water reserved upstream is going to be dedicated and used, and the proposed project operations, because we are not getting those details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Really appreciate your always good contributions and following of California water and the many complex issues certainly that we're always faced to discuss here. Thank you. I do appreciate everyone's good comments here. What is a common theme is a need for a little greater transparency here and a bit of the decision making, some of the modeling. I know that there's going to be at a future board meeting here in January an item on forecasting. Perhaps that's the opportunity to somewhat explore some of these modeling issues. But because it sounds like they are so more tightly wound around the temporary urgency change petition, perhaps at the future workshop for the TUCP, it's something that we can see some greater information shared with. This is, again, not an uncomplicated system or decision the board is here to make, but the more information we have, the greater transparency and the better ability to just track the drops in the system can help give us all collectively greater confidence moving into this next year that we'll putting our best foot forward and balancing out what again is not an uncomplex system, particularly when you consider the contracts that the projects operate under. Any other comments, questions, things to leave with here? This is an informational item, not a decision point, so there will be definitely additional discussion. And yes, Vice Chair, I apologize. I hadn't noticed you had made it back onto the platform here. I'm glad you're here joining audio with us. Please, I know we did regrettably lose you as you were trying to refine your request on data and information. And here we have gone through public comments and hope you did catch a majority of those. But please, Vice Chair.
Yes, I did. Thank you. I actually joined in on my phone for a while, so I think I heard most of it and finally was able to get the connection again. But I'm trying to simplify it by just keeping the video off. I did want to just complete the thread of where I was heading there on some of the additional information that I think I would find helpful anyway. I think this health and safety issue is more complicated than what it appears to be on its face. And I think we got some good comments. The last one by Ms. Desjardins, it was very helpful as well on the curtailment issue. There's just a lot of parts. And what I was trying to do was just flag an additional piece of it. And that is if some of that water is either being held in San Luis or directly allocated to some of the seniors, in other words, the exchange contractors, and then also the refuges, just encouraging the Bureau to help walk us through how that could potentially provide for some benefits by not having a call on Friant and then impacting Friant water deliveries, which in turn can also impact communities and groundwater pumping, subsidence, just a whole list of things. So these are issues that in the last drought I sort of contemplated as well, but I think that it's just more helpful to have specific information rather than us just kind of guessing where that water might go. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Vice Chair. Other board members, anything further for the go of the order on this item? Just comment and or leave further question for or direction. Okay, seeing none. Thank you. That concludes what is item number 8. And again, I apologize everyone for moving the agenda around a bit and sometimes confusion that can cause and or timing for folks. Let's go ahead and, we're at 12:40 or so now. Let's go ahead and take a break. At that point, we will continue on to items number 6, which is our update on our water conservation data and water production, 7, and then 9, and then wrap up with board member reports and executive director report. Let's take a 30-minute lunch, and change and say we'll get back here at 11:15 or 1:15. Sorry, let's just add a 1 there for no good reason. At 1:15, we'll return back and after a 30-ish minute lunch break. And starting on again, item number 6. Thanks everyone. Appreciate the good morning's discussion so far and look forward to further agenda items here in the afternoon. See you soon. All right, it is 1:15 and we can return and get back to our agenda. We'll be starting here on item number 6. I want to apologize because there is another adjustment to the agenda because of, I know some issues with timing here for Renee Purdy and others. We will go ahead and move up item number 9 here to after then item number 6 and then continue on to item number 7. And I apologize, this agenda has been the agenda of adjustments, and but thank you for everyone's patience on that, and apologize to all folks on item number 7 for then the delay in getting to your item. We can continue on to item number 6, which is our conservation update here and water production update. And we have Miss Charlotte Ely here with us. Hello.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Charlotte Ely. I supervise the conservation team within the Water Board's Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. And because Dr. Rodero is on a well-deserved vacation, I'll be providing the conservation update for October 2021. Next slide, please. Well, so I'd first like to recognize that we're sharing these numbers earlier than we have been. Our response rate is lower, but still decent. Over 85% of the reports were submitted by urban retail water suppliers in the beginning of December. So thank you to all those urban retail water suppliers who got the reports completed in a timely manner. Compared to October 2020, we saw a 12 gallon per capita per day decrease this October, which you can see in the rightmost blue column, that 91 GPCD compared to 103 in October of 2020. These numbers are pretty close to the more efficient per capita use rates we saw in 2015 and 2016, which were 86 and 89 GPCD respectively. Despite the newsworthy rainfall in late October, California is still very dry. 80% of the state is in extreme or exceptional drought. So we have to stay vigilant, and we ask for Californians to keep on conserving. Next slide, please. In terms of statewide savings, we saw a really good jump for the month of October, 13.2 savings relative to October 2020, bringing us to a cumulative 5.7% savings from July to October. Based on these results, there is still a lot of work to do to reach the governor's call for 15% savings from that 2020 baseline, but we're making better progress. Many people stopped and stop irrigating when the weather cools. The atmospheric river that poured down on many parts of California came in October and contributed to the conservation numbers we're seeing this month. That said, the heavy rain came at the end of the month, and the 13% statewide reduction relative to 2020 also reflects the water saving actions Californians took throughout the month of October. Next slide, please. So the northern part of the state, which was most impacted by the October storms, saw some of the biggest savings in October. The North Coast, North Lahontan, Sacramento, and San Francisco hydrologic regions all had savings of over 15%. Statewide, each of the hydrologic regions saw its biggest savings to date in October. Next slide, please. So outdoor irrigation was obviously shut off during and after the storm, and this reflects public awareness and conservation efforts. Since outdoor water demand can comprise as much as 80% of total residential demand in some regions in California, reducing outdoor water use is the easiest way to conserve. This jump in water savings we saw across the state illustrates just how much water can be conserved when we're not irrigating outdoors, even for just part of the month. To ensure that everyone is using water wisely during the drought emergency, Our agency announced on November 30th that the board will consider a proposed resolution adopting emergency regulations to prohibit certain wasteful water use practices, such as irrigating when it's raining. This adoption is scheduled for our January 4th board meeting. And for those who want more information about this proposed regulation, we've included the link here on the slide. Next slide, please. We also wanted to give the board an update on the actions that urban retail water suppliers have been taking. The suppliers report to us on the actions that they have taken to respond to the drought emergency, and we summarize those actions on our website. In October, 288 urban retail water suppliers reported what actions they're taking. So these actions are summarized in the graphic at right. The most common are communication actions and restrictions, such as limiting outdoor irrigation. We also wanted to highlight that 48 urban retail water suppliers, representing about 17% of the reports, indicate that they're not taking any actions. Many of these agencies report that they're not taking actions because their service area is not experiencing a shortage. A couple have also pointed out that because the call to reduce water use is voluntary, they need not take any actions to reduce water use. Next slide, please. So each month when we provide these updates, we've also been providing a conservation tip. This month, our conservation tip is to prioritize trees. Trees generally use less water than turf while also providing many benefits, including reducing the urban heat island effect, reducing stormwater runoff, and sequestering carbon. So how do trees save water? Researchers here in California have shown that in the summer, unshaded turf can use more than twice as much water as trees. They're also deep-rooted. And that basically means that they have the ability to tap into non-potable sources of water depending on the site and the species. They're more easily irrigated with non-potable water. So unlike turf, which relies on sprinklers that require potable or highly treated recycled water because of the risk of human contact, trees can be irrigated by mulch basins, deep drip, and soaker hoses, irrigation techniques that are more compatible with different types of non-potable water. And then trees, they save water by casting shade. They reduce the evapotranspiration of the plants below them. Researchers in Colorado have found that the amount of water saved by the tree, by the shade a tree casts, is greater than the water used by the tree itself. So what can we do? We can take care of our existing trees. At the bottom left, we're showing an advertisement from the Regional Water Authority, who has a campaign right now to water your trees and stress your lawns. You will hear about this later. We can also plant more trees. There is a correlation between low tree canopy and higher risk of heat-induced illness. And droughts are not only about dry conditions, they're also about hot conditions. So by increasing the urban tree canopy, especially in high-risk areas, we can help to protect California's most vulnerable while also increasing urban soil permeability and soil moisture. We also need to take care of these new trees. Trees are living infrastructure and need to be maintained. What we plant, we must also care for. We've asked a few experts to provide public comment today and share more information on how we can save water by prioritizing trees. And if you go to our next slide, last slide, our message continues to be save our water. So thank you, and happy to take any questions if board members have them.
Thank you, Ms. Ely. I really do appreciate the presentation and the focus on helping to preserve urban tree canopies and trees in our neighborhoods. You know, conservation can come at cost if we go too far, especially when our outdoor tree needs aren't considered. And here, I know we had a workshop just recently to further Make sure as we develop long-term efficiency standards for outdoor irrigation that we're being mindful of how best we preserve tree canopy and, to your point, expand it, even here in the face of the need to conserve. It's an important point, and I really appreciate you bringing it up. Certainly the increase in conservation news is welcome. Here we are at a really critical time when we're needing to prepare for next year. We continue to, again, project ourselves to that time next August and continue to increase conservation now. It builds resiliency toward these drought conditions. We know throughout our state, it's been a really important tool, certainly in the Russian River watershed, where we see that reflective in the numbers of increased conservation. But know that here statewide, we need to really pull in together and continue to conserve. And these numbers are very heartening. And it's good to see that Californians are responding. And also important to reflect that it is dictated oftentimes by the hydrologic conditions we find. Is it raining? How much rain we received? And where have the opportunities been to reduce outdoor irrigation? But to see that attentiveness from Californians to their water use. And here I would even remark, importantly to note that those October storms really hit the north end of our state. And Southern California has continued to remain very dry. I think as we heard here from Ms. White from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. And even with that dryness, we saw near 12% there conservation be reached by the South Coast. So even here in Southern California, where there weren't those storms to really provide that real boost and opportunity to reduce the amount of outdoor irrigation, we still saw real critical gains. And so I'm again heartened by these numbers. But it's important to not be swayed so month to month on numbers. We know here it'll be important to see where we are in November. There's a bit of a lag with our data too, so that it sometimes can hinder us. But I think importantly, what we're seeing is en masse a real response from Californians, and that time that it takes really for conservation and its message to reach, but we see it reaching. And so now it's about maintaining these gains, particularly again, as we certainly hope for good weather and precipitation this winter, but have to prepare for worst case scenario as we've continued to discuss today in today's board meeting. So just thank you for this data point and information. Board members, any questions or comments or points that you'd like to make, please? And Vice Chair, just come off mute and contribute. Okay, hearing no questions or comment, we can move on to what I know are about 5 public commenters at this point. So let's go ahead and call up Cindy Blaine.
I don't believe that Cindy is on the platform, so the next person would be Amy Talbot.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Ms. Talbot.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Talbot. I'm the Regional Water Efficiency Manager at the Regional Water Authority. It's a group of about 20 water suppliers in the Sacramento region, serving 2.1 million residents over 5 counties. I just wanted to, first off, thank you for featuring our public outreach campaign during the presentation. Really appreciate it. And I just wanted to provide a little bit more detail on the campaign itself. The ad you saw during the presentation is a result of a partnership between RWA and the Sacramento Tree Foundation. It really focuses on our communication to residents during this drought and the need to reduce lawn watering while continuing to water trees. The campaign focused on educating the public that lawns can handle less water, but that drought-stressed trees can be lost forever. We know that reducing lawn watering is the fastest way to cut overall use during a drought and a key to achieving the 15% reduction requested by Governor Newsom. But we also know that it can take a toll on our trees, and we have to be mindful of that. The Sacramento Tree Foundation has satellite imagery that shows just how devastating the last drought was on Sacramento's urban tree canopy. And unfortunately, it will take decades to replace the mature trees that we lost. RWA's Stress Your Lawn, Save Your Trees advertising is appearing in billboards throughout the Sacramento region, on radio and online, and it's yielded over 13.8 million impressions, basically chances for people to see the messaging from billboards alone since September. The billboards are strategically placed throughout the region along our major interstates and highways, as well as in neighborhoods of like Citrus Heights, Folsom, and Carmichael, among others. We've also partnered with the Sacramento Tree Foundation on several videos demonstrating efficient methods for watering trees, including the bucket method, which is appropriate for young trees. You can find these videos at our website, bewatersmart.info, or sactree.com/treecare. And we're using the campaign and our websites as a central message and kind of information hub. And we are continuing to ramp up our drought response. Excuse me. We achieved 17% regional savings in October, which is in line with what the state was seeing. And our November numbers are coming in right now. For example, City of Roseville just reported a 27% savings for November compared to 2020. So as we've been saying, you know, savings is not like a light switch. It's not all or nothing. It's more of a not sure what just happened there. Do I sound okay now?
Yeah, you're okay now. Apologize for that, Ms. Talbot. I think it may have been a room issue. Thank you.
And just to wrap up, savings is not like a light switch. It's not all or nothing. It's more of like a dimmer switch that you slowly ramp up over time. And that's exactly what our numbers are showing, exactly what the state numbers are showing. Finally, the extreme drought we're experiencing this year is just a glimpse of what to come in terms of climate change, and we're also preparing for that. In addition to conservation, our local water providers are making operational adjustments to reduce reliance on surface waterways. This year, for example, the region shifted to using 34% more groundwater compared to previous years to help eliminate some of the stress on our waterways. If you want more information about that, you can go to another website, which is www.rwah2o.org. And Charlotte, I don't know if that was what you're hoping for, but if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Talbot. Just really appreciate the great leadership I know RWA has continued to express here in this drought, in ramping up a lot of drought communication and connection with communities, and it's showing. And really appreciate throughout the state the really call to action and ultimately the response that we're seeing from communities. And so I know it's been through great leadership and investment from folks. So thank you, Ms. Talbot. Appreciate the continued work on and nuance on these campaigns, and particularly in trying to preserve our tree canopy. So thanks, really appreciate it. Next, we have here, apologies, let me pull up my list. Melina Fiore.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. Thank you to the board and also Charlotte for inviting us. So my name is Milena Fiore. I'm the executive director of Rescape California. We're a nonprofit and we support and help cities and counties adapt to climate change and to meet legislation by providing regenerative landscaping workforce training. We have 8 principles that we train to. We also have demonstration projects and tools and resources that we provide. We do public outreach and convening, legislative toolkits, compliance, for example, MWILO and SB 1383, which is about our organic waste and mulch and compost. And we soon will have a resource hub. And we were invited here specifically to talk about trees, knowing that as Charlotte and also Amy, hi Amy, have acknowledged that this we're in drought conditions, but this is not a short-term situation. We're actually in climate change. We work with cities, as I said, and counties to train their folks around our regenerative landscaping. And we are getting more through the both through the drought and also through the pandemic, requests from communities and individuals, businesses, asking how we can support their education around what to do around the soil, how to sequester carbon more quickly. And we encourage the board to adopt sound policies that protect two vital resources that we're talking about, both water and trees, so that we can support California to protect and preserve our tree canopy, especially now during the drought, and to also confirm what Amy and her great organization is doing, which is to address the need to continue to water trees. Trees save water and provide cooling and shading, as we have said, and also food, a sense of well-being. You know, to folks, through the pandemic, as we all know, more than ever, people have been out in nature as a way to stay in balance and to stay healthy. So of course, we acknowledge the life-saving and supporting benefits of trees. Additionally, trees absorb rainfall, melted snow, and reduce the risk of extreme flooding, which, as we know, through fires, that has been an issue in terms of issues around soil. And also there's a lot of research that's being done regarding the importance of trees in the creation of clouds and also rainfall. So that's also an aspect of looking at the whole system's way of fostering soil health, conserving water, sequestering carbon, and protecting the valuable resources, including preventing pollution. So we have also know that when a tree dies, it can take up to 50 years to recoup the benefits of trees. So it's really important to preserve the canopy that we have, and as Charlotte said, to increase those trees. And then finally, I'd ask you to note that there's a tree equity score that has been established by the American Forest, which is the oldest nonprofit conservation organization in the US, and that tree equity score addresses the inequity and suggests that we address the balance and have trees planted in all neighborhoods, not just some neighborhoods. So thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Fiore. I appreciate you contributing to today's discussion and the good work that you're doing out in the communities. It is a real opportunity here to bring equity to communities by ensuring that tree and tree canopy are something, so as we all know or continue to better understand and emphasize, is important to climate change adaptation for our communities because of the temperature benefits, because of the quality of life benefits. Just appreciate the good work I know that's going on in urban greening and continuing to expand the profile of trees in our communities. So just thank you. Really appreciate the good work. Next, I'd like to call up Tia Fleming. Excitedly call up Tia Fleming. Good to see you, Ms. Fleming.
Good to see you too. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board for the opportunity to present some comments. As mentioned, my name is Tia Fleming. I'm a co-executive director of the California Water Efficiency Partnership. For those that don't know, we're a statewide nonprofit membership-based organization. We have over 200 urban water agencies in our membership, as well as an array of water efficiency related businesses, university programs, nonprofits. And our mission is to maximize water efficiency in the state. So as 2021 comes to an end and we're doing our wrap-up reports, I wanted to take the opportunity to share some of what we've been seeing this year that encourage us that many agencies are moving in the right direction. So Besides membership growing and more urban agencies joining CalWEP and committing to efficiency, we also offer programs that try to make it easier for agencies that don't have large staff. So a couple of examples of that, we offer a program for members where we handle the administrative side of rebates, especially traditional rebates like water efficient, high efficiency washing machines, toilets. This year, we had more agencies joining, and we at CalWEP processed 400% more rebates than we did last year. We've also piloted this year successfully and are making permanent programs our direct distribution programs, which provide discounts upfront to customers. So make things a little bit more accessible. People don't have to wait 6 to 8 weeks for a rebate check. We had 2 programs this year. We had 11 agencies join our Flume program, so sending out whole home monitoring devices. So we distributed through that program so far over 3,000 devices across California. This makes usage just immediately accessible to customers. It also puts that technology and that data in the hands of suppliers, letting them see up to the minute leak alerts and engage with customers that way as well. Our other direct distribution program was smart irrigation controllers. We had 10 agencies join that with Ratio. And so those make it easier to water with the weather, adjust sprinklers to meet conservation requirements. And we have distributed hundreds of controllers within that. So we're really excited to make those permanent offerings for CalWEP members and hope to see more agencies signing up. We also launched a few new publications this year I wanted to make sure folks knew about. One is a toolkit called our Jumpstart Water Shortage Toolkit. We've had hundreds of downloads from our members so far, and these tools detail model water shortage contingency plans, water use awareness programs, drought communications, and local water ordinance and enforcement programs. And what we've done is created an online collaborative hub for our members to share everything from door hangers that have worked successfully in their neighborhoods to leak alert letter templates, helping share information, trying not to reinvent the wheel, and also trying to promote things that have been successful so that agencies can roll these out quickly as we just get deeper and deeper into the drought. We also are really excited. Just this month, we released a fully graphics-based sustainable landscape maintenance guide for landscapers. So this doesn't get too in the weeds. It's like an IKEA book putting together your furniture, but instead it's how to take care of trees, native plants, soil, etc. Finally, we put together 22 new online implementation guides for water efficiency programs that include residential, landscape, commercial, industrial, and institutional, and utility operations. These guides, similarly, since they're online, they provide real examples of successful programs that are linked to all the different agencies along with contact information. So if you're an agency looking to launch a new landscape surveying program, you can go in there, see what agencies have done it, and contact them in order to kind of bring those connections because we're stronger together. So CalWEP was also recognized this year by EPA WaterSense for our growing qualified water efficient landscaper training program. So in partnership with 10 Bay Area water agencies and Coachella Valley Water District, to date, we've trained and certified over 400 landscapers who now have the expertise to manage landscapes efficiently. So those are some of our highlights from this year. I want to really thank the State Water Board, both the leadership and the staff for their engagement and support with CalWEP, and we look forward to another year of collaboration and water saving programs. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. You guys are doing an incredible amount of work here throughout the state. And excitingly, it's all in some of the most innovative spaces when it comes to using smart water meters like Flume, but then also smart irrigation controllers as well. It is a pretty incredible time right now in California, and the opportunities to conserve, the ease at which technology now really does make it to just best understand our footprints in ways that ultimately are building incredible resilience in our watersheds is pretty amazing. And I feel fortunate to be small part of, because it really is on the ground and through the trainings and the investments that this work is actually getting done. And so just thanks for being an incredible partner there, for continuing to also help explore that energy water nexus and ultimately really speak to the benefits of conservation in a way that give it the full weight and benefit that it does have in our communities. So thank you. Really appreciate it, Ms. Fleming. Look forward to further work. It's going to be a heck of a year. So thank you. Next we have, and last I believe here for our commenters, Jeff Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Jeff Stevenson. I represent the San Diego County Water Authority. I'm the water policy manager. And I want to share with you that the San Diego region continues to increase its water conservation efforts, despite the fact that the region has reduced its per capita use by nearly 50% since 1990, and that per capita use has not rebounded back to pre-drought levels. Recently, we've done many media interviews to promote additional conservation and partnered with others to share the conservation message. We've also ramped up the number of water conservation resources available to the region. I want to note that additional water savings can be difficult to achieve when water efficiency has increased so much over the last 30 years. We continue to support the governor's goal of a 15% reduction in water use. I will conclude my comments by noting that we support the proposed waterways prohibitions that will be considered for adoption by the board on January 4th. In addition, we look forward to working with you in the coming months on the water use efficiency standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson, and thanks for noting those other projects as well. It is a continuity of and continuum ultimately with continuity of effort here between the long-term efficiency standards, the current drought we're in, the need to conserve, and we just have so much more data. And it's what we have is the benefit of opportunity to be consistent throughout those projects. And so thank you. I appreciate that nod. Okay, that wraps up our comments here for the water conservation update. Any questions, thoughts, follow-up here? Anything board members would like to see included in future updates, any of it? And if none, we can move on to our next item as well. But I'll give a moment.
No, this has been a really helpful update, and I appreciate the focus on the urban trees and the needs there. So thank you for all that and for all the commenters. I am, though, quickly shifting here to the winter and thinking about the governor's ask for the 15% voluntary statewide savings, and knowing that, many of us have responded with turning off our outdoor irrigation. Now the trick becomes in the winter, it's mostly indoor water use. And so I think some, more information perhaps at the next update on, our regular update here on tips and tricks for indoor water savings, what we're doing, hearing a little bit more about the outreach campaigns there. Save our water, and how we can hopefully pivot a bit here for the next couple of months to focus on those opportunities, because I know that it can get a little bit challenging for folks, especially for those who aren't able to upgrade their appliances right now for whatever reasons. And anyway, so I just want to flag that and leave it at that. But otherwise, great presentation.
Sure, yeah, 'tis the season for both planting trees and using water more efficiently indoors. So we'll focus on that next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Other comments? Okay. Thank you. Much appreciated, and look forward to then our next update, which I'll just flag. It's nice to be able to kind of have it here at the beginning of the month so that there isn't as much of a lag going into the end of the month on data. If we're able to keep it towards the start of the month, I'd be supportive. But I know that there's a lot of work that does end up having to go in to do data cleanup and accept and crunch the numbers. But I would only leave it with that. Yeah.
I think that the plan is moving forward to start providing these updates at the first board meeting of each month. So we'll see y'all soon.
Thank you kindly. Really appreciate it, Miss Ely, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Okay, we did reorder a bit the agenda one last further time, meaning that item number 9 will be heard, and then item number 7 before then we get to just our cleanup items. So thank you, everyone. I really do appreciate the patience with the reordering. And here then would call up item number 9, which is a report by the Los Angeles Water Board on the progress of the Watershed Management Program and Enhanced Watershed Management Program groups in complying with the water order. Good afternoon. Good to see you, Ms. Purdy.
Yes, likewise, Chair Escobar. Thank you so much for your accommodation this afternoon. Really appreciate it. So as you all know, I'm Renee Purdy, the Executive Officer of the Los Angeles Water Quality Control Board. And as you just said, I'm here today to update you on the status of the Los Angeles Water Boards and the LA County MS4 permittees implementation of the direction given by the State Board in its Order 2020-38 regarding certain watershed management programs developed pursuant to our 2012 LA County MS4 permit. Specifically, in the 2020 order, the State Board reviewed the Executive Officer's approval of 9 watershed management programs and 1 enhanced watershed management program pursuant to our 2012 LA County MS4 permit as modified by the State Board's 2015 order on that permit. Next slide, please. So first, to just review some significant dates, because there is quite a history here. In November 2012, the Los Angeles Water Board issued our 2012 LA County MS4 permit. The LA County MS4 permit covered 86 permittees, including the County of Los Angeles, the LA County Flood Control District, and then all of the municipalities in the coastal watersheds of Los Angeles County, with the exception of the city of Long Beach, which had its own individual MS4 permit. And in response to multiple petitions on the 2012 permit, in June 2015, the State Water Board adopted its Order WQ 2015-75, which generally upheld the 2012 permit, but with some revisions to that permit. The 2012 LA County permit, as amended by that State Board, that 2015 State Board order, included watershed management provisions, which basically allowed the permittees to implement permit requirements in an integrated and collaborative manner on a watershed basis. Most of the municipalities regulated by the permit chose to be a part of watershed groups that developed these watershed management programs or enhanced watershed management programs. And these programs were then submitted and evaluated by Los Angeles Water Board staff and ultimately approved by the Executive Officer of the Los Angeles Water Board throughout basically 2015 and 2016. Several environmental non-governmental organizations petitioned to the State Board the approval of 9 of those watershed management programs in 2015, and then later 1 of the enhanced watershed management programs, the one for the North Santa Monica Bay coastal watershed area. And in 2017, the State Board took up the watershed management program approvals on its own motion to allow additional time to review the merits of those petitions. And then also the State Board ultimately chose to consolidate the petitions on the watershed management programs with the petition on the enhanced watershed management program for North Santa Monica Bay. So in November 2020, just about 1 year ago, the State Water Board issued Order WQ 2020-38, which was regarding those petitions that I just mentioned. And I'll review briefly the requirements of the 2020 State Board order in a later slide. But one key requirement of the order is to report to the State Board annually on the progress that the Los Angeles Water Board and the permittees in those watershed management groups are making in implementing the direction of the State Board's 2020 order. So this is my first report to you today since that 2020 order was issued by the State Board. If you could go to the next slide, please. So just to give you a quick visual of the LA County watershed management groups. So this slide shows the outlines of the 7 watershed management programs and 12 enhanced watershed management programs under the 2012 LA County MS4 permit. You, I'm sure, recall the 9 watershed management programs that were the focus of the 2020 order were those for the LA River Upper Reach 2, the lower LA River and lower San Gabriel River, the Los Cerritos Channel, a group called the Alamitos Bay Los Cerritos Channel Group, the East San Gabriel Valley Group, and a group called the Santa Monica Bay Jurisdictional Group 7 group. And then there were 2 individual watershed management programs for the cities of El Monte and the city of Walnut. And then the one enhanced watershed management program, as I said, was for the North Santa Monica Bay area within the slide. Let's see. Okay, let's just go on to the next slide here, please. Thanks. So as you know, the 2020 State Board Order reviewed the approval of those 9 watershed management programs and 1 enhanced watershed management program. And there were a number of procedural and substantive issues related to the approval of the watershed management programs that were addressed. However, the primary purpose of the State Board's order was to evaluate whether those programs satisfied the State Water Board standards of rigor, accountability, and transparency that were established in your 2015 order on the 2012 LA County MS4 permit. In general, the 2020 State Board Order found that each of the 9 watershed management programs and the 1 enhanced watershed management program that were reviewed required modification. The order allowed until June 30th of this year for the groups specifically at issue in the 2020 State Board Order, as well as the rest of the watershed management groups with an approved program, to update their watershed management programs to correct any of the deficiencies identified in the 2020 State Board Order. In addition, all of the watershed management groups had until June 30th of this year to demonstrate to the Los Angeles Water Board that they completed all work associated with their prior and current milestones. And if the milestones were met and the groups are implementing their approved plans as they were approved with all of the actions, they would continue to receive what we call a deemed compliance status while the Los Angeles Water Board reviewed the updated watershed management programs that were required to be submitted again at the end of June of this year, even if the State Water Board had previously identified some shortcomings in those watershed management programs. So I'm sure you'll recall that in your order, you identified some things such as the fact that in some cases, the reasonable assurance analysis didn't adequately justify what we called the limiting pollutant approach. So of these directives in the 2020 order, the most critical issue is whether groups will retain their deemed compliance status. 2 groups have already lost that deemed compliance status under the State Board's 2020 order. Those are the City of El Monte and the group we refer to as the Santa Monica Bay Jurisdictional Group 7 group. The 2020 order also provided direction to the Los Angeles Water Board to ensure that those groups specifically at issue in the 2020 State Board order, as well as any other watershed management group with an approved watershed management program or enhanced program, conformed their programs to the 2020 order. So the other thing we were required to do under the 2020 order is to update the 2012 LA County MS4 permit as amended in 2015, or adopt a new MS4 permit incorporating the changes to the watershed management program provisions described in the State Board's 2020 order. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you a summary of the actions that we have taken over the last 12 months since the State Board issued its 2020 order in November of last year. In May of this year, the Los Angeles Water Board staff sent a letter to all permittees directing them to submit demonstrations that they had completed all work associated with the prior and current milestones in their watershed management programs and enhanced programs per the State Board order by that June 30th, 2021 deadline. In response to the order and our letter, we have received information from 22 watershed groups regarding their progress and completion of their milestones. This included all watershed groups except those that had already lost deemed compliance status. We also received 21 updated watershed management programs or enhanced watershed management programs per that same June 30th deadline that they needed to meet. We are now reviewing the submittals and drafting responses. Our process for determining compliance includes reviewing the compliance requirements in the State Board's 2020 order, of course, as well as looking at our conditional approvals from 2015 of those watershed management programs in which we identified the ways in which we would be determining whether permittees were fully implementing those programs. And finally, any approved modifications that had been submitted by the groups in the interim, we're also considering that in looking at the submittals and determining whether compliance milestones have been met. Finally, we're also looking at annual reports to make sure that we look at all the available information on whether those compliance milestones have been met by the groups. During our review, I did also want to note that we will ensure that the permittees within the North Santa Monica Bay Enhanced Watershed Management Group are complying with the ASBS general exception per the 2020 State Board order. We anticipate that at least some groups may lose their deemed compliance status based on our review thus far. Additionally, the level of detail in the compliance demonstrations varied across groups. Based on the information provided by the permittees, our staff is not always able to determine whether compliance milestones have been met. As such, we are likely to send requests for more information so that we can make that deemed in compliance determination. At this time, what we're thinking is that we intend to give groups probably 30 days to refute any claims or assumptions we made in our response letters and provide any new information or evidence to support their position with regard to the status of their compliance with the milestones in their watershed management program. While watershed management programs may lose deemed compliance status through this evaluation, I did want to note that they may regain their deemed compliance status if their revised watershed management programs meet the requirements set forth in the regional MS4 permit, which I'll talk about in just a minute, and the State Board's 2020 order. Our staff have not yet begun formal review of the watershed management program submittals, meaning the updated watershed management programs and revised reasonable assurance analysis. However, I did want to note that our review is expected to be completed no later than the June 30th, 2022 deadline, as required by the 2012 MS4 permit, as well as the 2020 State Board order. So that leads me to my report on the last deliverable, which is in July of this year, the Los Angeles Water Board adopted a new regional MS4 permit, which covers the phase 1 permittees for our entire region. So we basically consolidated the 3 MS4 permits that we previously had for phase 1 permittees into one regional permit, which covers all of the permittees within Los Angeles County and Ventura County in the coastal watersheds for a total of 99 permittees under our new regional MS4 permit. The regional permit incorporates the changes to the watershed management program provisions described in the State Board order, including improving the source assessment requirements, better defining the limiting pollutant approach, and updating requirements for non-modeled pollutants in those permit provisions. Next slide, please. So as I end my report, I want to highlight some of the multi-benefit projects that have been facilitated by the watershed management program provisions in the LA County MS4 permit, and that will continue under the regional MS4 permit. And for those that may recall, back in October when we had WQCC, I highlighted some additional ones of these projects as well during my brief remarks during WQCC. So here I just want to acknowledge that these MS4 projects will achieve, of course, permit requirements to improve water quality, but they also provide other important benefits to the community, such as greening streets, reducing urban heat islands, creating parks and open space, and providing recreational opportunities for the public. And just in your last item, we heard about how important some of those things are to our communities. And so I'll just highlight a couple of these photos shown here. The bottom left one is an example of an alley retrofit. This project is increasing recharge of one of our groundwater basins. Of course, it's reducing the amount of pollutants such as bacteria, trash, nutrients, and metals that are entering the Los Angeles River. It's mitigating local flooding during rain events. And it's providing, of course, as you can see, aesthetic enhancements to the neighborhood, in addition to helping the city of Los Angeles meet its numeric effluent limits and receiving water limits in the permit. The middle photo is a photo of a project in the city of Torrance. This is a 25-acre infiltration basin within a park. The project provides a multi-purpose recreation area with walking trails and observation platforms, which is what you can see in this photo. It also has playing fields and a dog park. The infiltration basin receives flow from about a 450-acre watershed. And improvement and enlargement of this basin has been partially funded by state funds, and there are plans to expand in order to be able to fully infiltrate what we refer to as the 85th percentile 24-hour storm. Another photo here, the one on the far right, is Roosevelt Park. The project here is designed to divert stormwater and dry weather runoff from the existing storm drain, which discharges to Compton Creek, which is a tributary of the Los Angeles River, into 2 infiltration galleries in Roosevelt Park and 3 infiltration wells. And this project will also incorporate new above ground improvements, including a new soccer field, an educational garden, and also a picnic area for the community. So the project is going to achieve multiple benefits, including the water quality improvements that are so critical to permit compliance, but also water conservation, as well as the community and recreational upgrades to the park. So in summary, I just wanted to say we are making good progress. We have adopted a new region-wide MS4 permit that is consistent with the state board's direction in the 2020 order. I would certainly say that the bulk of our time in this first year following the state board's adoption of the 2020 order has largely been spent on achieving that milestone of getting a new regional permit in place. But I also, as I indicated, most permittees in LA County that are following the watershed management programs or choosing to continue to follow those have submitted updated watershed management programs, and permittees in LA County that are participating in those programs have also submitted documentation regarding their compliance with milestones through 2020. And our staff are making progress in evaluating the watershed group's compliance with the 2020 state board order and their deemed compliance status for each of those watershed groups that I've been talking about. And we'll continue to do that and hope to have that review complete in the relatively near future. So that concludes my initial update for this year with regard to the state board's 2020 order.
Really appreciate it, Executive Officer Purdy. You know, it's not lost on me certainly that the MS4 program in the Los Angeles region is, you know, cutting edge in many ways. And I know, you know, it being so ultimately cutting edge in some of its approach here, there were tensions in the program and can be, but I just appreciate the update on how implementation is going since last year's adoption of the order. But importantly, I feel we're quickly moving into a different space, both with obvious adoption of Measure W in the LA region that finally really provides the basis of some financing for the sorts of projects that can help really meet these water quality goals in the watershed, and importantly, match these watershed-wide plans that are integrated and meant to be comprehensive in trying to address the many pollutants that come off of stormwater and continue to use it as a resource, a valuable resource in the face of climate change. So the work is really appreciated. I appreciate the good overview of how implementation continues to go. And again, I feel, you know, for as much tension as there can be around the MS4 permits, their discussion, I think quickly we're moving into a different place where we can really see what implementation looks like and the benefits to communities around that implementation. So it's exciting to see and just appreciate the good continued work in this space. Fellow board colleagues, any questions though, or comments as well? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much, Executive Officer Purdy, really appreciate it. And then that concludes, this was an informational item. And I don't know, do we have any further commenters here? I just want to make sure. I see one name, but I don't believe Ms. Shanazarian is on the platform with us, and just want to make sure that's the case before we conclude the informational item.
No, she is not on the platform.
Okay. Well, thank you both. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the good work on this.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to update you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, that then brings us to item number 7 now. As again, we've jumped around a bit. That was just an informational item. Item number 7 here, there will be a vote, and it is a well, I won't go through the title. I'll just kick it over to Mr. Ekdahl, and good to see you. Let's see. Okay, yeah.
There we go. Took me a minute to get unmuted. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, members of the board. Today, I will quickly introduce the staff that are working on what we refer to as the College Lake project. It is the consideration of a proposed decision on a water right application and a release from a state filed application. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Lisa Hong from the Division of Water Rights, and I believe Lisa will introduce the others who have worked on this project. And I'm standing in for Connie Mitterhofer, who had to quickly jump off for other pending appointment, and she may be able to join, but with that, I'll turn it over to Lisa. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks for the flexibility for everyone here as we've kind of jumped around our agenda, and thanks everyone for the patience. So, Ms. Hong, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric, for the introduction, and good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. As Eric said, we're here for the consideration of a proposed decision regarding the College Lake project. So many people have been very tremendous in the effort before you today, including my colleague, Mayor Irby, former Supervisor Michael Buckman, Program Manager Connie Mitterhofer, our awesome OCC attorneys, Nicole Kenzie and Garrett Lenahan, as well as the permitting team who noticed the application and facilitated the protest resolution, Matt McCarthy and Justine Herrick. So as Eric mentioned, the proposed decision has 2 elements to it. First is approving the water right application and issuing a permit. The second being granting a petition for release of a state file application in favor of this project. So this presentation will be pretty short. It should take less than 10 minutes. I'll briefly go over the project background, the water right application, actions leading up to this point, and the proposed decision itself, and finish the presentation with public comments we've received. And with that, we'll start with some background. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the College Lake project is located in the Pajaro Valley, which is along California's central coast. It's just north of the county line between Santa Cruz and Monterey counties. The underlying groundwater basin there is considered to be critically overdrafted and is required to achieve groundwater sustainability by 2040 per SGMA legislation. Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, or PV Water for short, is the sole groundwater sustainability agency for this basin and also the applicant for this water right application. This project is intended to reduce unsustainable groundwater use by providing in lieu surface water. Next slide, please. So in 2018, PV Water submitted an application to the Division of Water Rights and requested to divert 3,000 acre-feet annually from a local stream called Salsipuedes Creek and store a portion of that water in an on-stream lake called College Lake. College Lake is currently operated by a local reclamation district who drains the lake seasonally so that landowners can farm at the bottom of the lake. And on the left of the slide, you can see a photo of College Lake from the applicant's website. Accompanying the application, PV Water also requested the release of the Pajaro River state file application from priority in favor of this application. Water from this project is going to be delivered to local farmers along the coast in lieu of them pumping groundwater for irrigation use. And this is intended to alleviate groundwater overdraft and seawater intrusion issues in the region. Next slide, please. The Division of Water Rights noticed the application in 2018 and received a few initial protests from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, and 2 local diverters. The applicant, PV Water, published and certified the project EIR in 2019. And in 2020, the board noticed and held a public hearing on this matter. During the public hearing process, we received an additional protest from a local member concerned about project impacts. The applicant was able to resolve all protests through stipulated protest dismissal terms prior to the hearing. So during the hearing, PV Water and representatives from the fishery agencies participated to answer some questions regarding their stipulated agreements. Next slide, please. Thank you. So after the hearing, we worked with our hearing officers on this case to consider available evidence and draft a proposed decision. The proposed decision incorporates terms from the stipulated agreements and proposes to approve the application and the request related to the state file application for a few reasons. First, the project has a couple of key benefits. It provides in-lieu groundwater recharge to a critically overdraft basin. And scientists from fishery agencies agreed that the project's proposed operations, particularly the bypass flow regime, would actually benefit steelhead in the watershed compared to the current operation of College Lake. Second, project impacts are expected to be mitigated. The project is not expected to injure any senior water right holders or claimants. There are currently no downstream water users aside from public trust uses. PV Water also plans to work with landowners to acquire necessary properties and easements for this project. And last of all, based on the environmental impact report findings, mitigation measures are expected to reduce impacts on water resources and associated biological resources to less than significant levels. Next slide, please. The proposed decision was circulated earlier this year, and we received 2 written comments. First is a letter from PV Water in support of the draft decision. The second is a letter from Mr. McCabe in opposition to the project. We appreciate Mr. McCabe's engagement. After considering his letter, we thought that the letter expressed general concerns with water management in the region and some project-specific comments, such as impacts to waterfowls, that have been addressed in the EIR or in the draft decision. The letter did not provide any counter evidence that would lead us to draw conclusions contrary to the existing evidence. And Mr. McCabe did not submit a protest during the application protest period or participate in the hearing process, during which opportunities to submit contrary evidence were offered. And therefore, after considering the existing evidence on project benefits, impact mitigation, as well as the public comments that we've received, staff recommend adoption of the proposed decision with the accompanying draft permit and the mitigation measures. Next slide, please. And that concludes the end of my presentation. And with that, we'll take any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Hong. Really appreciate it. I really found this to be just a really good project and glad it got picked up and here moved forward. And thank the board member Firestone for her time and involvement here then as well. I have no further questions. I feel quite supportive and comfortable, but I know we do have some commenters here, and I'll look first to my other board colleagues in case there's any questions or comments that they'd like to provide here first at the start. Okay, hearing none, then we can go to our first commenter, Mr. Andrew Ramos.
Good afternoon, Chair Escabel and board members. My name is Andrew Ramos. I'm an attorney with Markowitz, Cronick and Shanahan in Sacramento. I'm special counsel to PV Water for water matters. You'll be hearing from me as well as the agency's general manager, Brian Lockwood, and the agency's board of directors chair, Amy Newell, within a few minutes. I don't have much to add to what PV Water Chair Newell and Mr. Lockwood will tell you about the project, beyond to say the College Lake project is critical to bringing groundwater sustainability to the Pajaro Valley. So the agency strongly supports the staff recommendation to approve this decision today. We're pleased to have resolved all protests and submit an application and project that provides water supply, groundwater, and fisheries benefits. And as you know, it's a rare project that can do all of this, but it really speaks to PV Water's vision for the Pajaro Valley. But beyond the action item before you today, I think the agency also wanted to take an opportunity to recognize the board's efforts that helped get us here. In particular, we wanted to recognize that the board processed much of this application in the midst of the COVID pandemic and the ongoing historic drought. and that made things complicated, as you know. So this included board member Firestone, who led the application hearing, along with former board member Dodick, in what we think was the board's first water right hearing by Zoom. And this was before your administrative hearing office had really gotten into the flow of holding virtual hearings. We were the trailblazers, and we were pleased to participate in that with you. We also wanted to express gratitude to your staff and your permitting and hearing units who were approachable, knowledgeable, and dedicated to processing this project, and worked with us to ensure that we were able to submit an excellent application and project to you today. So in sum, the agency strongly supports the proposed action today. We appreciate your partnership in this process, and we welcome any questions you have about the agency or the College Lake project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Really do appreciate it. And for the thanks for our process on our end. We are quite proud of our ability to have transitioned here in difficult circumstances to continue to conduct the board's work. So thank you for that. But thank you importantly for the local leadership here. That is what allows these projects to come to fruition. And to your point, it is rare that we get such a multi-benefit action here. But it's thanks to the vision of the local leadership and for resolving protests so openly and transparently and quickly, which is really a big part of the success in moving through the board's process in a quick and fair manner. And so thanks for that work and engagement, and appreciate your comments. I'd like to call up then next Brian Lockwood, who will be followed by Amy Newell.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Well, good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'm the General Manager of the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, and I've had the privilege of working for this agency for the last 16 years. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for considering this item of great importance for the Pajaro Valley. The College Lake Integrated Resources Management Project will help PV Water achieve goals with respect to SGMA and sustainable groundwater management activities all around. It will improve the ecosystem within the College Lake Basin, particularly with respect to endangered steelhead, and will help to preserve agriculture within the Pajaro Valley. So it's a very important project to the agency and to our stakeholders. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the Water Board staff for all their work in helping and collaborating with the agency to move this permit along, and the staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Natural Marine Fisheries Services staff who engaged with us in collaborative conversations. We were able to resolve those protests. And I would also like to thank the public who have been interacting with the agency, PV Water, over the last few years with respect to this project, and the many people and interested parties who are also working with us and as we develop an adaptive management plan. On behalf of PV Water, I'm happy to state that we're pleased to have resolved all the protests on the initial application and have an uncontested application before the board for consideration today. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. I know there's a lot of challenges in the community. I had the pleasure of spending a summer out in Salinas, was interning with SCIU at the time, and just appreciate the good work of the water district here though. And again, the vision to bring this project to fruition. So thank you, Mr. Lockwood. I appreciate your comments today. Next, we have Amy Newell.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and all the members of the State Water Board. I am Amy Newell, now serving my 9th year as an elected director of the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, and I'm in my 3rd term as board chair. And I'd like to join my other 2 speakers here in thanking you on behalf of the board of directors and the staff of the State Water Board for persevering through the last couple years of historic pandemic and extreme drought to get us to this point, actually considering approval of our water right permit for the College Lake project. I cannot overstate how important this project is to our plan for achieving sustainability of our groundwater basin. The past 12 years of delivering blended recycled wastewater to growers on the coast for irrigation in lieu of groundwater pumping has already made measurable improvements by slowing the rate of seawater intrusion and stabilizing our groundwater levels. We are now at the point of not being able to meet the demand of growers for delivered water during the irrigation season. I can assure you that every acre foot of water delivered from College Lake to our coastal distribution system will further reduce groundwater pumping by a comparable amount. The College Lake project is an absolutely essential element of our plan to achieve a sustainable groundwater basin. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, also just incredibly appreciative of the leadership here demonstrated to bring and the work I know that went in these last years for this project, and glad here to be in a position to support such great local work. So thank you, really appreciate it, Ms. Newell. Last, we have Casey Mussel.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel. The three previous speakers have spoken on behalf of the agencies, so I'll yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do appreciate your time with us nonetheless here and contributing to and being here as part of the conversation, Shirley. So thank you.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you. And we just want to appreciate, again, everyone's patience as we've had done quite a lot of moving around of the agenda today. And those folks have been patient here as we've gone through other items, and just appreciate the incredible work again on this project. I don't have any further questions, but I'm looking to my fellow board colleagues for any questions or comments.
I'll make a comment unless folks have questions. So, you know, this was actually my first water rights proceeding as a hearing officer with former board member Dudok. And I mean, it was just such a great project to start with. Really incredible vision and leadership, like we said, on this whole project by Pajaro Valley. And glad that we could, and staff were able to put in time to move this forward, like you said, even despite the COVID and then drought. I know I'm really excited to get this over the finish line. And I'll just call out, you know, in addition to the multi-benefits of this project, one of the things that was important to me as I was looking at it is that commitment that Pajaro Valley even spoke to today of really ensuring that the delivered water will reduce groundwater pumping and not just be used for potential increases in demand or expanded demand. You know, one of the reasons they're able, well, a big reason why they're able to do that is because they're the GSA and so have real management oversight and authorities there. And so I think this is a great fit, you know, real, exactly what we want to be looking for in terms of kind of win-win solutions and really leadership towards ensuring sustainable groundwater management in these critically overdrafted basins. So really appreciate it. I would move for adoption, but want to make sure folks don't have comments or questions before I do that.
Thank you, board member. Any comments, further comments or questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I think you'll be safe. I will just note and just very appreciative here that we always talk about balance and balancing what are difficult trade-offs and important decisions nonetheless in our watersheds. But that's just the balance that the water code calls for these decisions aren't just for the board to balance. Importantly, those are balancing that local communities can and need to do. And here, this project is certainly an example of just that. As board member Firestone said, given the accountability and the conjunctive understanding and use here of this surface water right action that we're taking, but that has huge impact and benefit to listed species, but then also groundwater management. So just thank you. I just had to plus up that point and just really thank the good work that's gone on here.
Yeah, I just would like to say this is a great project. I'm really happy to see this come to fruition so quickly. As someone who once worked in water rights, I have a fine appreciation for how long it can take to work through an entire water right application for a new project. resolving protests, getting through the hearing phase can sometimes take decades or longer. And so the fact that this was able to make it through in about 3 years is really remarkable. And so that really is a testament to the State Water Board's team that worked on it through the whole program, including hearings. Also to you, Board Member Firestone, and your engagement here, and the applicants and the protestants, the fishery agencies, all who work together to resolve the issues. This is a success story on a whole bunch of levels. And so we really should broadcast it at the end of this. So thank you. And I believe you've made a motion, so I'm happy to make a second.
Thank you. Any further comment before Ms. Townsend calls the roll call vote? Okay. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes, I will. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The vote's unanimous and the item is adopted. So just thank you again, Board Member Firestone. Thank you for the incredible team and importantly, Pajaro Valley Water District here and all the community members that have made this actually a successful project. So thank you. Okay, that concludes then item number 7 and then brings us to item number 11. And remember here, item number 10, our board priorities work plan is currently posted on our website. We will not hear it until tomorrow after the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update informational item, which will not be before 2 o'clock. And we will again make sure that a LIRIS list message goes out so everyone understands that again, item number 10 was pulled to tomorrow. So that leaves us to items number 11 and 12, board member reports, and then the executive director report. Any board members with reports? And maybe I'll just go ahead and start off by saying, I know 3 of us were at ACWA, the Association of California Water Agencies fall conference last week. And I know I had an opportunity to participate in a panel on Thursday. I really appreciated just being able to see many a water agency and various water leaders throughout the state in person. And just, it was, I had my booster in preparation. We were masked up. It was a bit of a hybrid meeting. So the head count wasn't as large as a usual ACWA conference. But it was good to be able to start to see folks, even as, and here importantly, we continue to make sure that we're very mindful of public health, especially here in the winter, and as we all are monitoring and taking cues from the Department of Public Health and the governor's office around the variant. But the travel again was after nearly 2 years here of not really having participated in any conference. This was really my first, other than speaking briefly at the Water Reuse Conference. So just wanted to acknowledge and thank folks that got a chance to connect with, and look forward to continuing to make sure and get out into the community a bit more, which will actually, I will do this Friday as I go to Soquel Creek for their groundbreaking. So I think that's the main report and real event that I've participated in these last couple of weeks. Other board members?
Well,
yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Nicole. Please.
So on November 17th, I had the honor of attending the ribbon cutting ceremony at the new wellhead treatment system in Maywood, which is located in Los Angeles County. The project was a long time in the making. It was exciting to see it come to its completion. The project will provide safe drinking water to approximately 7,000 residents within that service area. So that was really exciting to see that come online. And then on December 1st, I attended the re-signing of the MOU between Cali PA Natural Resource Agency and Denmark. The event reconfirmed the importance of sharing information and learning from others. Proudly, California is a leader in many areas, and we can share our knowledge. And at the same time, there's space for us to learn from them also.
Great, thank you, board member. Thank you for attending those. Really, especially the Denmark event, really important relationship that I know extends back from the last drought. And to your point, has really been great to just be able to learn from other countries, learn from other practitioners in this space as we all collectively here truly respond to climate change and understand how best we can. So thank you for that. Board member Guire.
Yes, great. So I was one of the three total board members that were also at Aqua last week. And so concur with you completely, Chair Esquivel, about just getting out and the importance of engaging with the water community generally. And so I, for one, am really looking forward to other opportunities with other associations and just being out in person as it's safe to do so and as conditions permit, of course, and all of that applies. But so I had an opportunity to speak on a panel about making conservation the California way of life. So not so much focused on drought and the moment in front of us, but the long-term investments that the legislation is asking for us to implement over the next several years. And so for me, it was really an effort to get the word out. And because, at Aqua, you get a mix. You get, actually, Amy Talbot, who we saw earlier today, was on the panel with me. So there's folks like that who know exactly what's going on here with the recommendations as they're being currently developed by DWR, but also you get general managers and you get other levels of staff at Aqua, board members of water districts and such that aren't necessarily as plugged in to what's going on with new developments and laws and regulations. And this was one of them that I think was just very timely to get up and say, hey, this is coming. This is an important and transformative step that we're taking as a state. And so it's important that you know what's going on. So I think it was well attended. I would say mission accomplished there, and it was a good experience overall.
Thank you, board member. Hear, hear. Vice Chair?
Yes, I'll jump in. Thanks. So I was the third member that attended the Aqua conference, and I too just, it was like a breath of fresh air to be able to get down to Southern California. And a lot of those meetings or informal interactions that occurred in the hallway, I felt we were able to be safe. The hallway, so to speak, was outdoors. And so in between two of the conference center buildings, and I was able to attend some of the presentations, and it's just great to have those opportunities once again. I was a luncheon speaker and chose to focus my comments on, as requested by Aqua, on water supply and water supply reliability, conservation. So they really got the message, I think, in a number of different venues on conservation and our movement toward efficient use of water in California. And then really excited to be able to talk about a lot of the progress that we've made on safe and affordable drinking water and rolling out some of the information about all the additional funding opportunities that we're going to have in the coming years. Overlaid over the discussion, though, of course, was drought and the need for us to just really recognize the change that we've had and with respect to climate change and just the acceleration of it. And I think, I was not the only one to say that this last year was really a pretty surprising experience to go through, and just really feeling a shift to double down and do better. So thanks. It was, good to be there and look forward to ongoing opportunities. I also, since we got together last, I was a guest lecturer for agricultural sustainability class at Cal State University Stanislaus.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vice Chair.
I think the only thing I wanted to mention, and this is just kind of a heads up, is I'm getting to talk briefly with the Division of Drinking Water at their winter gala tomorrow from 2:30 to 3. So I may have to step out of discussions then, but I feel confident in what folks will be doing, and I'm just excited to get to talk to our really huge and amazing Division of Drinking Water folks. And also just look forward to being able to do more meetings in person. Sorry, I wasn't able to attend Aqua in person, but you know, I appreciate we were well represented, and you know, have been really trying to make sure there's opportunities to meet one-on-one with folks. And a number of folks have reached out to do that, which I really appreciate as well. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. That concludes then board member reports, item number 11, and brings us to item number 12, executive director's report. Ms. Sobek. Oh, still on mute, apologies.
Sorry. No, you guys got the report. I don't have anything to highlight this week. Just wanted to remind folks that we do, in addition to the executive director's report, we do internal drought reports and externally facing drought reports as a whole for the administration that get posted on the ca.drought.gov website. So if there's anything that comes out more often than the executive director's report, and highlight some of our drought actions. But other than that, if board members have questions, happy to answer them. And otherwise, I'll just leave my report as it is.
Thank you, Ms. Sobek. Looking to my colleagues to see if there's any comment or question. Doesn't seem to be, so thank you. I appreciate it. And again, incredible compendium of work that the report is. And so I do hope folks take some time to look through it. And always we're looking to make sure that it is providing the best source of information on any number of issues that are bubbling around at the board. So thank you. Okay, well, that concludes then item number 12 and brings us to the end of today's agenda. Again, item number 10 is deferred to the end of item number 13 tomorrow, which is the water quality control plan implementation update. And so I'll note we still have tomorrow, but after this, our next board meeting won't be until the beginning of January. It'll be that first week in January. So yeah, just to make sure folks are aware, but we still are meeting tomorrow. This meeting is not adjourned, it's just recessed. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And begin at that time on item number 13. Thank you everyone for your patience today as we've reorganized the agenda a bit, and just appreciate as always, the great discussion, and look forward to tomorrow's meeting. And so here we're in recess until tomorrow, 9 a.m. We'll see you all then, and have a great evening. And thank you again for your time and patience today. Take care.